We opened the Harwich Board of Selectmen's meeting.
This conference will now be recorded.
Very good. Good evening. We opened the Harwich Board of Selectmen's meeting for May 4, 2021 at 6 p.m. and 5 p.m. Then went to executive session to discuss litigation strategy with respect to the case of 3137 LLC et al. Ember and Port versus Town of Harwich et al. United States District Court, CA, number 121 CV 10473. If discussing the matter in open session will have a detrimental effect on the town's litigating position, and the chair so declares. We left that executive session at 5:40. I'd like now to move to the public forum, and I will start with reading the following. Next on the agenda is deliberation involving the court case 3137 LLC et al. Versus Town of Harwich et al., in which each member of the Board of Selectmen is named individually as defendant and may have a financial interest in the litigation unless a conflict of interest. The board is the town's executive authority, and no other board or official can represent the town's interest in this matter. Therefore, upon advice of town council, I am invoking the rule of necessity in order for the board to act on this matter as stated. My financial interest is that I am named personally as a defendant. I ask that each other member identify for the record what their financial interest is. Once this is done, all board members are eligible to participate in the discussion of this litigation. I will next ask each of you for your statement. Michael?
My conflict is also financial, as I am listed as a defendant in this lawsuit.
Ed?
My conflict of interest is also financial, as I am a named defendant in this lawsuit brought by the owners of the Port and Ember restaurants.
Don?
Mr. Powers.
My conflict is that my financial interest is there insofar as I am named personally in the lawsuit.
Thank you, Don. I will next motion to move in to open the public hearing on the Port Restaurant. And I'll read the hearing notice. The Board of Selectmen of the Town of Harwich will hold a public hearing on Monday, March 22nd, 2021, which we continue to tonight, May 4th, 2021, at 6 p.m. for the purpose, 5:30 p.m. For the purpose of hearing applications for renewal of the annual entertainment and seasonal all alcoholic beverages licenses for the Port Restaurant and Bar Incorporated, 541 Route 28 in Harwichport. The board will hear evidence and testimony from interested parties, including from members of the public, and will decide whether to renew, not renew, or modify said licenses. The hearing will be held via remote video streaming only. All members of the public having an interest in the topic are cordially invited to log in and view the hearing. Information for logging into and viewing the hearing is below and will be posted on the town's website prior to the meeting. Just for clarification, the access code using GoToMeeting for this meeting is 891-218-997. I will then ask for a vote to move into open the hearing. Don?
Aye.
Ed?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. I'd like next to turn it to our town council for a statement. And
Jeffrey Blake.
Muted. Unmuted.
Mr. Chairman, good evening, members of the board. As you know, my name is Jeffrey Blake, and I will be presenting this case to the Board of Selectmen tonight. The hearing will be conducted differently from the last hearing, in part because of the almost constant interruptions by council. As I indicated to the board last week, the rules of evidence do not apply to a hearing before this board regarding license renewals, revocations, or suspension. The touchstone here is due process, notice, and an opportunity to be heard. That does not mean that counsel for the applicant has the right to object and interrupt or threaten witnesses during their testimony. Mr. Chairman, this is your meeting and you have the authority to stop any interruptions. In fact, the open meeting law states in part, no person shall address a meeting of a public body without permission of the chair, and all persons shall, at the request of the chair, be silent. No person shall disrupt the proceedings of a meeting of a public body if, after clear warning from the chair, a person continues to disrupt the proceedings, the chair may order the person to withdraw from the meeting, and if that person does not withdraw, the chair may authorize a constable or other officer to remove the person from the meeting. Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 30A, Section 20G. The AG has described this provision as clear authority to the chair of a public body to conduct public meetings of the body without disruption. As a result of this authority and the conduct we witnessed at the last hearing, the chair has the authority to prevent any disruption of witnesses at the meeting. I suggest that prohibiting objections during testimony of the witnesses and requiring both sides to refrain from any interruption during testimony is within the authority of the chair. And Mr. Chair, I ask you today and now to adopt that as a rule moving forward with this hearing. Do you agree, Mr. Chair?
Thank you, Jeff, and I do. We'll follow that counsel.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, you have the clear authority to stop any interruptions as I've outlined above. This includes the muting of any microphone and ultimately logging off any offender if there are interruptions. The law requires that you only give clear warning to the offender before taking these measures. Additionally, at the last hearing, there were threats made by counsel for the applicant regarding the failure to provide personal email addresses. And I understand that the applicant's social media sites have posted personal addresses of citizens that have complained about noise of the establishment. This is unacceptable, and you, Mr. Chair, do not need to allow this line of questioning during any examination of the witnesses. It is well within your authority to stop that questioning and instruct the witness not to answer. This hearing is to determine whether the Port Restaurant's seasonal all alcohol license should be renewed, whether the entertainment license should be renewed, and whether there was a violation of the liquor license. This hearing is not about neighboring restaurants or other establishments' violations of their licenses. This is about the Port Restaurant. Mr. Chairman, it is well within your authority to prevent that type of irrelevant evidence questioning or irrelevant testimony, questioning, or evidence. And I suggest, Mr. Chairman, that you can interrupt either party when you feel as though the questionings and the evidence to be elicited is irrelevant. So with that being said,
I don't mean to interrupt, Attorney Blake. We cannot hear the board. And I don't mean to interrupt your objection. I'll respond to your objection, but I sent an email to yourself and Mr. Powers. This is Attorney Ray Tomlinson on behalf of the applicant.
Muted.
He hasn't been recognized, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Oh, we lost your.
Unmuted. Muted.
We
Unmuted.
proceed.
Given by the organizer, we cannot hear the board. We cannot hear.
Muted.
How we know whether they can hear us or not?
Muted.
Cannot.
Unmuted.
I would suggest, Mr. Powers,
Mr.
is there,
Thompson, you need to
Muted.
be recognized before you
Unmuted.
proceed.
Mr. Powers, I cannot hear the board. No, I'm receiving multiple complaints that we cannot hear Chairman Ballantyne. There's a tremendous echo. He sounds like he's
Thompson?
underwater. I missed the entire
You need to
discussion. I can hear
you
Mr.
need to
Blake.
be
Muted.
recognized. You need to be recognized
Unmuted.
first.
Muted.
You need to be recognized first.
Unmuted. Muted.
Powers, I am trying to state a text.
Stand.
Mr. Powers, I object to be.
We're not taking your
Unmuted.
comments right now.
Muted. Unmuted.
Jamie, is that,
Mr. Chairman.
Hi, Mr. Powers.
Unmuted.
I just wanted to also share.
Muted.
Mr. Chairman. if
no
I may.
comments,
Mr.
please.
Powers, I'm trying.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Stop it.
Unmuted.
Mr. Powers,
We're
I
sorting
cannot.
it
Muted.
out. I'm not taking any more comments.
Unmuted.
It's mostly Mr. Ballantyne.
Muted.
I recognize Joe
Unmuted.
Powers. Joe?
Muted. Unmuted.
Mr. Powers, please do not mute.
Muted.
Trying to make a.
Wait, you're going to be muted
Unmuted.
until I
It's about
hear
due
from
process.
Joel, from Mr. Powers.
Muted.
Is that understood?
Could you please maybe adjust Mr. Valentine's microphone?
Unmuted.
Mr. Powers, or let me
Mr. Powers,
recognize you.
I cannot.
Muted.
Wait.
Unmuted.
Mr. Powers,
If you continue
Muted.
to comment, we'll lock everyone out
Unmuted.
until we sort this out.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
No one is going to be able to speak while the mute all is depressed, is engaged. If I may, I will mute all. The chair will recognize audibly who you wish to have.
Right.
Channel 18 will then go online, which will allow the microphones for the board to be heard. However, previous speakers were actively violating the rule that you established at 5:48 PM this evening. So when the mute all is engaged, Channel 18 will be able to go back on microphone, the board will be heard. But if individuals continue to interrupt, all microphones are silenced for a period of time.
Okay. So the status now is
Mr. Powers,
mute
I
all,
can't
so
even
we
hear
can.
you. I can't even hear you, Mr. Powers. Are you all sharing one microphone in the room? There's a tremendous echo. We
You,
cannot hear Mr.
Jamie?
Powers or the board
we're
with
not-
any.
Muted.
Chairman,
You're out of order,
Mr. Chairman,
and we'll mute everything until we can
Unmuted.
get it straight. Joe?
Mr. Chairman, I've muted him because
Muted.
he has failed to be recognized by you as the chair. He
Unmuted.
continues to address.
Muted.
You
We cannot.
understand that?
Unmuted.
You're
Powers.
gonna-
Mr. Chairman, if I may, you may rely upon me for a signal.
I'm going to ask for a 5-minute recess to consult with council, and then we will open again. Restate, what we tried to state initially is that you need to be recognized before you can speak. That's the only way we can move forward and hear both those for the port and those against. We will close we'll lock you out if it continues. We need a controlled meeting so we can have a reasonable discussion. That being said, I will recognize Jeff Driver, our counsel, to complete his statement.
We cannot understand you.
Still cannot hear you,
Recognize,
Mr.
Jeff, you
Chairman. I'm
haven't been
sorry.
recognized. I'm recognizing Joel Driver to complete his statement.
Take the marbles out of your mouth.
hey, bro, goddamn.
Attorney Blake, we still cannot hear the board. I'm sorry.
It is, yeah. Jeff, do you wish to complete your statement?
I think that there is difficulty hearing the microphone that you're using. I have difficulty hearing it on my computer as well. Is there any way that we
You
can?
hear this? Is that any better?
Attorney Blake, we also, or at least I also cannot hear Mr. Powers. So I don't think the mic is limited just to the chairman. I think it has to do with the acoustics of the room. I'm left to guess as to that. I apologize.
Try that one and see if you can hear that.
Test 1, 2, 3, test 1, 2, 3.
I'm seeing other people hold.
You hear me?
It's muted.
Hold on. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Much better.
Wow. Wow, you fixed it.
That works.
Holy shit.
I'm not swearing.
Name's Jack Knopf.
We are in a public hearing, so I ask you to be respectful of others and watch your language. Jeff, can you hear now to recognize you to complete your statement?
I can, and I can hear you a lot better, Mr. Chairman, and I suspect everybody else can now. Thank you for straightening that out. If
I could just ask the chairman to restate what happened in executive session. We missed all of that leading up to your statement, your instruction to the board. We missed all of or at least I missed all of what the board was saying. I hate to go over that, but I believe it's a necessary predicate.
What was said in executive session is not going to be discussed in open session. It would defeat the entire purpose of executive session. We opened the meeting, we read the notice of the hearing, and then prior to that, we read the rule of necessity. I think everybody heard that. Nobody was objecting at that point. He turned it over to me, and I believe at this point, I have the floor. Attorney Tomlinson, I have the floor now. If you want to be recognized by the chair, I don't know. He hasn't recognized you at this point, and we aren't going to back and forth with what we did last night.
I appreciate that. It wasn't last night. I'm just looking to make a simple objection on the record and will allow you to proceed. I will state that I did not hear anything that Chairman Ballantyne said from the open of.
Thank you. We'll continue to mute. You can ask to be recognized and you'll have your chance to speak. But right now, Mr. Driver has been recognized to complete his statement.
Attorney Blake.
Attorney Blake, sorry, has been recognized to complete his statement. Jeff?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've outlined what are the evidentiary requirements and your authority with respect to this hearing. Now I want to go down through and talk about the liquor license renewal. It's very similar to what we talked about last week, but in reviewing and rendering a decision on this application, that is the seasonal all alcohol license for the board will consider applicant's request for renewal of its seasonal all alcohol license under Chapter 138. In evaluating the renewal application, the courts have determined that there are a number of factors that are the legitimate concern of a local licensing authority regarding the issuance of the license. Consequently, a violation of these concerns regarding these areas of inquiry are good cause to not renew the license or condition the renewal of the license. These have come to be known as the so-called Ballerin factors, and those areas of legitimate inquiry are: 1, public need, meeting a consideration of the public want and the appropriateness of a liquor license at a particular location. 2, consideration of the number of existing dispensaries in a locality. 3, views of the inhabitants of the locality in which a license is sought. 4, traffic. 5, noise. 6, size. 7, the sort of operation that carries the license. And 8, consideration of the reputation of the applicants. Additionally, since the board will be also reviewing the applicant's request for a renewal of its entertainment license pursuant to Chapter 140, Section 183A, because both these licenses involve the same facts and circumstances, the board will hear testimony regarding both, but will vote separately on each. With regard to the entertainment license, the standard is that the license must be granted unless the board finds that the license, taken alone or in combination with other license activities on the premises, would adversely affect the public health, safety, or order, because it cannot be conducted in a manner so as to A, protect the employees, patrons, and members of the public inside or outside the premises from disruptive conduct, from criminal activity, or from health, safety, or fire hazards. B, prevent an unreasonable increase in the level of noise in the area caused by the license activity or caused by patrons entering or leaving the premises. Or C, prevent an unreasonable increase in the level of pedestrian or vehicular traffic in the area of the premises, or an unreasonable increase in the number of vehicles to be parked in the area of the premises. At this point, Mr. Chairman, those are the standards that this board will need to apply once the testimony has been heard. I will now begin to go forward and present the matter to the board. As I'd indicated earlier, there are actually 3 different matters before you. There's the renewal of the seasonal all alcohol license. There's the renewal of the entertainment license, and there is a complaint and a disciplinary hearing that was conducted by your town administrator on February 8th, 2021. The town administrator took testimony under oath and provided this board with a packet which has been provided to the applicant as well. The applicant was given notice and an opportunity to be heard at that particular hearing. The applicant did not show at the hearing. With that, I am going to turn this, or I'm going to ask the town administrator who conducted that hearing to provide you with his findings and a recommendation with respect to the violations at the Port Restaurant.
Mr. Chairman, if I just may be heard for 10 seconds.
I'll recognize you, not at this moment. I'll recognize Mr. Powers to respond to that question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would ask through you to Attorney Blake, if you're able to hear me.
Before we go any further, I suggest that we swear in every witness en masse. So is anybody here, if anybody here is going to testify here tonight, I'm going to ask you to show your face by allowing the video, by not crossing out your video, and unmuting yourself, and put your right hand in the air.
I object.
Please identify yourself.
I can unmute mine.
Okay. Someone needs to.
Mr. Chairman, can you swear?
Muted.
I've muted everyone.
Muted everyone.
Chairman.
Okay.
Unmuted.
Unmute me. Thank you. Please, you can mute whoever's making that feedback. I will now swear you in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
I do.
I do.
I do.
Each acknowledge with I do or wave.
I do.
I do. I do.
When you have a chance to testify, I'll ask you to confirm that you've sworn yourself in, you've been sworn in. Mr. Blake, I think then that sets up a recognition of Mr. Powers to give his testimony.
That is correct, Mr. Chair. And I would ask that everybody else on the call, please mute yourself so that we don't get this feedback. I know that it's a difficult forum, but it would be best for everybody so that we can all hear.
Right.
Mr. Powers, did you take the oath just now?
I did.
Okay. So, Mr. Powers, I will let you provide the board with your memorandum, with your findings and recommendation at this point.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, you have in your packet originally a memorandum from me as your town administrator to the board, copy to David J. Gilmet, our chief of police, and Greg J. Corbo, Esquire, who was the attorney representing the town through KP Law at that time. Subject matter is the recommended action following disciplinary hearing held on January 12, 2021 regarding Port Restaurant and Bar liquor license violations. And again, that memorandum is dated February 8, 2021. Within that memorandum, Mr. Chairman and members, you'll see that I detail the violations that were alleged. I have a narrative on the hearing summary, the legal standards that were applied, and then lastly, recommended disciplinary action. Mr. Chairman, I'm prepared to read any of this into the record. I would like to state for the record that there is a correction, or a strikeout and a correction, I should say, to the recommended disciplinary action. I would, through you or through your counsel, wait for the direction on that.
I would ask you to read it with the correction that you've mentioned.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the memorandum dated February 8, 2021, under the headline Recommended Disciplinary Action, I wrote the following. Based on the facts admitted into evidence at the public hearing, I find that 3 violations of the laws of the Commonwealth have been violated. The correction then, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, comes to the following sentence. The original sentence read, "The licensee does not have a history of violations occurring within 2 years of the date of the violations described herein." However, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I have become aware by researching the files that the town has that there was a matter that was adjudicated by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Alcoholic Beverages Control Commission, a decision that was sent to the town of Harwich. The decision was received December 17, 2018. The decision notice itself is dated December 6th, 2018, and it outlines to Port Restaurant and Bar a violation date of August 17, 2018, that was heard by the ABCC on December 4th, 2018. There's a recitation of finding of facts and a conclusion. It's that conclusion, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, that would cause me to correct the statement that I made in my memorandum. The conclusion reads, therefore, the commission suspends the license for a period of 6 days, which would be held in abeyance for a period of 2 years, provided no further violations of Chapter 138 or commission regulations occur. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I would inform you this evening that I, in fact, am aware of a prior violation that was heard by the ABCC relative to this establishment you're discussing this evening. If I may continue on beyond that was the only correction. Further, my recommended disciplinary action statement reads, however, the hearing officer is aware of numerous public complaints about the manner in which the establishment is operated, and that the board intends to conduct a public hearing to determine whether or not the license should be renewed. Therefore, I will hold my recommendation in abeyance until after that hearing. That concludes my quoting from the memorandum and brings me back to you in real time, and I'm prepared to do as I've stated in that memorandum.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask Mr. Powers a couple of questions very quickly?
Yes.
Mr. Powers, you indicated that you had a packet of information that with regard to this hearing that you held. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Point of order, Mr.
Pardon?
Chair. Can the person doing the questioning identify themselves?
Yes. Did you hear that?
I can hear you now, yes. So I am looking, Mr. Powers, at a hearing summary, a show cause hearing dated January 12th.
The question was, can you identify yourself?
Can you identify yourself? I don't know who's asking these questions. Is it Attorney Blake or is it Attorney Tomlinson?
Who's asking me that question? It's Attorney Blake.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Mr. Powers, with respect to that hearing summary, have you reviewed that hearing summary and its attachments?
I have, not.
Is that a true and accurate copy of, does it true and accurately depict what happened at that hearing? And does it true and accurately depict the exhibits that were presented at that hearing?
It does.
Okay. All right, I have no further questions for Mr. Powers, and I apologize for interrupting you, sir. You can move forward with your testimony.
Do you have further testimony? I do have one. I can recognize. I can't read your. Mr. Tomlinson, I will recognize you for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I get to my questioning of Mr. Powers, I just want to state for the record the applicant's objection to your ruling regarding admission of evidence or objections. Obviously, that's a clear violation of the applicant's constitutional rights.
I'm not going to accept that at this time. Please ask your question.
Thank you. Mr. Powers, if I could draw your attention to an affidavit that you submitted to the federal court on April 9th, 2021. Do you have a copy of that affidavit in front of you?
I would have to go through the materials I have in front of me to see if I do have that.
Okay. If it's convenient, I can just cherry pick a couple of statements that I'd like to question you on as it relates to your findings from following the show cause hearings from August in 2020 and then January of 2021. Is that acceptable to you?
Is that acceptable, Joe? No?
I would defer to councils.
I'll ask council that too. I have difficulties with it, to cherry pick some comments. Mr. Blake?
Well, I suggest that Mr. Tomlinson just ask the question so that you can make a determination as to its relevance.
Okay.
Thank you, Attorney Blake. I'm simply not going to spend the whole time on the affidavit because it relates to an establishment other than the port. So when I said the term cherry pick, I meant simply to those charges as against the port.
Okay.
Mr. Powers, may I proceed, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Mr. Powers, in your affidavit of April 9th, you indicate that you became the town administrator of the town of Harwich on February 1st, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, I did become the administrator that day.
Okay. Prior thereto, what authority did you have pursuant to the board or to the town charter?
Mr. Tomlinson, I don't see the relevance of this question to this hearing of his tenure as being town administrator. Is there something relevant to this hearing per se? If not, I want to move on.
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, this is highly relevant because it deals with whether or not Mr. Powers has the authority pursuant to town charter to even hold the show cause hearing on which he bases his findings and recommendations.
We judged before, Mr. Thompson, we judged before last week primarily that he does have the authority, both as assistant town administrator, as interim town administrator, now as town administrator. So I'm not going to go that, I'm not going to allow the questions in that regard. Do you have any questions that don't speak to that?
I do. Mr. Powers, my question to you is what authority do you have to conduct the show cause hearings?
That's the same question. That's not relevant.
I'm going to object to the determination of relevance. Mr. Powers,
we'll move
to the show.
We'll move on now. Mr. Powers, do you have I'm not going to accept other questions with that. Mr. Powers,
I'm
do you have
sorry,
further
Mr.
testimony?
Are you denying the applicant the opportunity to cross-examine the witness?
I'm denying those questions on that, unless you have another subject.
Mr. Chairman, I am continuing to examine the witness. My client has a constitutional right to examine the witness. Are you denying me the opportunity to examine Mr. Powers?
I'm denying. Point of order, Don.
Mr. Chair, he has not provided any testimony whatsoever to challenge, and you had recognized the town administrator. I suggest that he continue to be recognized. This is not an objection. This is a premature interrogation.
Yeah. With that, thank you, Don. With that, Joe, do you have other testimony you wish to provide?
None at this time, Mr.
Mr. Powers,
So you guys can say what you want and everybody else gets to shut up.
Delete that person.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr.
Chairman, I would like an opportunity to continue my examination of Mr. Powers.
Do you have other questions that are relevant to the hearing?
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
My questions are all relevant.
Questions
Mr.
in
Chairman.
the process of answering.
Right, please.
Thank you. I have nothing further to add to the board unless the board has further questions of me.
Don?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Powers, did you commence this hearing on your own, or was that referred to you by the Board of Selectmen by vote of the board?
It was referred to me by vote of the board.
Ask Attorney Blake.
Joe,
May I
I'm sorry.
continue my questioning, Mr. Chairman?
You should let it.
Don, did you asked a question of...
I'd ask a question because it goes to the authority that was delegated, regardless of whether he was the acting town administrator or the full-time town administrator. Were you acting on your own, or were you acting pursuant to a vote of the Board of Selectmen to refer the matter to you to hold a hearing?
Joe, please.
Certainly, my reply was in the affirmative to the point that I was directed by the board after a vote of the board at a duly noticed meeting.
Okay. Mr. Blake, I just want to confirm that I'm within my right to request that Mr. Thompson ask questions relevant to the port hearing, not on our appointment of the town administrator.
You are within your right. I mean, that is an issue of law that I'm sure could be, will be explored at a different time. Mr. Tomlinson should be able to, though, to make further inquiry, provided those are relevant questions, but he should be able to finish his inquiry of the town administrator regarding the packet of information and the various violations that were found.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Blake. And Mr. Tomlinson, that was my request to you before. If you can continue with questions that refer to the packet and the port hearing, I'd appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to do so. Mr. Powers, in your affidavit, you indicate that on March 23rd, 2020, the Governor Baker issued COVID-19 emergency order number 13, under which restaurants were allowed to be open to the public for takeout and delivery only, but prohibited the on-premise consumption of food and or beverages. My question to you is, at any point in time, did yourself or any other municipal officer provide a copy of that guidance to any licensed establishment in Harwich?
So I guess my answer would be that it's not a requirement of the town. Establishments are notified by the ABCC directly. However, on the direction of the Board of Selectmen, both I and direct staff endeavored to make sure that we were engaged with the restaurant establishments and any other entities that were impacted by the pandemic from the earliest days. So it is my recollection and understanding that our standard operating procedure would have been to send a follow-up notice to the establishments. I will say, if I could, Mr. Chairman, that I stand by the affidavit that I swore to under oath. If it states it in the affidavit, I stand by it.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Mr. Tomlinson, you have a follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Power. Thank you. In your findings and affidavit, you indicate that on May 22nd, 2020, Harwich Police Officer Nolan observed numerous individuals congregating on the outdoor patio of the port, drinking from open containers in what appeared to be a full-service bar. You recall that testimony?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I've already testified that I stand by the affidavit.
Yeah.
The affidavit question that the attorney has asked is relative to my report, and I stand by my report. I'm confused by the question.
I asked you if you recalled that testimony at the show cause hearing. Do you recall that testimony at the show cause hearing?
Well, I think he's already testified he's under oath that he has.
Mr. Powers, do you recall whether or not Officer Nolan qualified his statement to the fact that he was not aware whether or not the containers from which he appeared to witness patrons consuming, whether or not they were alcohol?
I would have to refer back to my notes, Mr. Chairman. I stand by my affidavit. I stand by my report to the board on February 8th, 2021.
Mr. Powers, are you aware whether or not the port had a full-service outdoor bar in use last year?
I'm puzzled by the reference to full-service bar.
Full service, yes.
Mr. Powers, your affidavit in paragraph 14 indicates that it appeared, Officer Nolan testified that it appeared that patrons were congregating around a full-service bar drinking from open containers. But the term open containers does not include alcohol. My question to you is, Officer Nolan's testimony was that patrons were viewed drinking from open containers, but there is no testimony or evidence that those open containers were alcohol. Is that correct?
I think at this point, you're going over and over what was already testified before and is in your packet for everyone's information.
Point of order.
Michael?
Attorney Tomlinson, could you just...
Mr. Chairman,
We have a point of order.
I'm sorry.
Attorney Tomlinson, could you tell me what date you're referring to?
On May 22nd, 2020.
Okay, thank you. In the Officer Nolan's report, it says that there was a patron drinking from a brown bottle marked Budweiser. Is there a reference that I'm missing?
Yes, in Mr. Powers' affidavit, it does not indicate that it's alcohol. It just simply says an open container and in what appeared to be a full-service bar. So my question was, there's no actual testimony that the actual beverage being consumed was in fact a brown bottle of Budweiser. Is that true?
Well, I think we just read it. That's not true, Michael, on your...
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I asked Mr. Powers the question. He's the one who's being
Point of order,
questioned.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, John.
Mr. Powers was not testifying. He was a finder of fact, and the statement that was made by Selectman McCaskill indicated where that reference came from.
Yeah.
He was only chronicling the testimony that somebody who was on site.
Yeah.
Mr. Powers was not testifying to what he saw.
He didn't suggest that Mr. Powers testified to what he saw. I'm asking him to testify as to what he heard at a January 21st show cause hearing, January 12th show cause hearing, where I was hospitalized and my client was quarantined and therefore was unable to attend. So I am not aware of what Mr. Powers
What's
personally
the
knows or
relevance
does
of this
not.
question?
Now
So his
we're going-
findings, respectfully,
Mr. Thomason,
finish the
you're-
question. Mr. Powers' statement was that Officer Nolan gave testimony in his affidavit that indicated that a patron was viewed consuming from an open container.
So we need to take
Testimony
that,
said
at
it
this
was a
point,
round bottle.
at this point, that testimony is, you have that in front of you, so obviously you know what the testimony is. So this, you're not getting anywhere by just repeating that over and over again to reinforce what his testimony was.
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I'm entitled to question the witness who submitted findings of fact to you that this board has adopted. So if I may, I would like to continue my
Chairman, if I
questioning of
may, as
Mr.
the witness
Powers.
presently under consideration,
right.
I'm yielding because a member of the board has raised a point of order, and I was waiting for that to be dispatched by the chair and the board.
Okay,
He is not a witness.
not a witness at this point, yes.
He was a finder of fact.
Mr. Powers,
So I think we've answered the question as much as we can at this point, or wish to.
Mr. Powers, if you were not a witness and you were a finder of fact, you included those facts that you claim to have found as based on your personal knowledge in your affidavit. Is that true? You said you stand by your affidavit.
He's already testified several times that that is true. What was in the affidavit, he's sworn to. You're not helping, you're not moving it
He's
forward
also-
by just raising it over and over again.
Mr. Chairman, he's also indicated that he doesn't have personal knowledge and he wasn't a witness, and he attested to an affidavit of which he lacks knowledge.
Mr. Chairman, this is Town Council Attorney
Mr.
Blake. I guess the packet of information that I'm looking at, I don't see an affidavit. Is my packet is it incomplete?
Mr. Blake, I repeatedly asked you to include certain documents in the packet, the public hearing packet, including this affidavit, which was updated this morning and was omitted from the packet. So I have the right to question him on this. I did ask the board to include it in the packet, but it was omitted from the packet.
I'm not,
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Blake.
This was a hearing was held. This was a hearing that was held after numerous attempts to go forward with the applicant. The applicant was unable or refused to attend the hearing. I would suggest that his right to cross-examine it and his ability to ask these questions of these witnesses that were sworn and gave testimony should have occurred at that point. So
I you know I was in the hospital. You know I was hospitalized.
I don't know where you were because I wasn't handling the case. But I do know that there were a number of attempts at trying to provide a hearing to you folks. So I'm not going to get in a situation where I'm yelling over you, Mr. Tomlinson. That's not going to happen at this hearing. I suggest that if you have relevant questions about this, then you continue on. But you had a chance to attend and cross-examine. And the applicant has three lawyers. So somebody should have been available, and there was numerous attempts at allowing you to go forward.
Mr. Powers, you first held your show cause hearing on August 12th, 2020, correct?
Mr. Thomason, a point of order on this. We've already explained this. You had numerous attempts. We got the information just this morning. And so do you have another line of questioning? If not, I'm going to move on to the witnesses that move on to the Chief of Police next and let him make his remarks.
I'm not finished. Mr. Chairman, I'm not finished with my questioning. Mr. Powers, what was the cause of the delay between August 2020 and January 12th, 2021 for the show cause hearing.
Mister, you wish to answer that? There was numerous
Chairman,
reasons.
I've testified this evening that I've presented to the board as the local licensing authority, the memorandum dated February 8th, 2021, of which all those facts pertain to the questions that the council's asking me. My response is contained in the memorandum dated February 8th, 2021.
So that's been answered then in your packet.
So it actually doesn't answer the question, Mr. Powers. I guess I'll ask you a different question. When you requested 3 days before January 12th and indicated that the hearing would go forward despite my hospitalization and Mr. Brackett's quarantine, you were advised that the applicant did not have sufficient time to obtain successor counsel to appear and represent the applicant at the January 12th hearing, correct?
Mr. Chairman, I stand by the testimony I provided.
Do you have another line of
Mr. Powers,
questioning? Because you're going over testimony that's been in the past and has already been answered. So,
Mr. Powers, so you're refusing to answer the question.
okay,
Chairman, I am
move
here to
on.
testify that I've answered the question, that I rely upon my memorandum dated February 8th, 2021 to the Board of Selectmen.
Mr. Powers, does your memorandum dated February 8th, 2021 explain the 4-month delay between the August hearing and the January 12th
This is
hearing?
becoming irrelevant because you're asking the same question over and over again in a different format. Unless you have another line of questioning, I'm going to move on to the next item I have in my attention, and that is to ask the Chief of Police for his comments.
Before we do so, Mr. Chairman, I have a couple more questions for Mr. Powers.
Let's start, but they need to be a different line than what you've been doing. We've already answered those questions.
Chairman, I may proceed to ask a
Need
few
someone
questions.
to mute, someone's making noise in the back. Please, if you're not talking,
Mr. Powers, somebody has, can everyone else mute, please?
someone needs to, please, if you're not
Thank you.
speaking, mute yourself. Thank you.
Mr. Powers, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I didn't mean to talk over you.
Go ahead, please.
Mr. Powers, thank you. Mr. Powers, are you aware that on June 15th, 2020, Megan Eldridge, who was the former health agent for the town of Harwich and is now assistant town administrator, that she issued written guidance to restaurants that provided that food must be available while alcoholic drinks are being served, but that many of the restaurants had questions about staying open and serving drinks once the kitchen was closed, or serving patrons without placing a food order. And that her guidance was that if your kitchen closes, you are not allowed to serve drinks, that you do not need to provide a full menu to stay open, but food must be provided. Do you recall that guidance being issued to restaurants?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, that material is contained within the overall packet that was relied upon, that was shared with counsel for both the town and the applicant. And I'm not in a position to speak for Ms. Eldridge this evening. I am in a position to speak to the materials that have been presented. I've already testified that I've relied upon my memorandum dated February 8th. I stand by that document and the previous documents that were included in the record that were shared with counsel.
Okay.
I would have nothing further to add to that
Thank you,
question.
Mr. Powers.
That answers that
July
question. Your next question?
I'm sorry. Yes, Mr. Powers, on July 1st, 2020, you issued a letter of guidance on the Office of Town Administrator letterhead, which gave a bullet list of guidance and your interpretation thereof to restaurants, one of which included that all guests must be seated in order to be served, that
I
no
would-
walk-up
I
or
would
bar
think,
service or standing
Mr.
bars allowed.
Yeah, I would think, Mr. Thomason, that falls in the same category that Mr. Powers has responded to.
So, Mr. Powers, you acknowledge that you provided guidance to licensed establishments concerning your interpretation of COVID guidance in July of 2020.
You've already, go ahead, Joe, you can answer that.
No, Mr. Chairman, I was looking for the chair for relief.
Okay, as I started to say before, we've already answered those questions. Mr. Powers, I would like to recognize the Chief of Police now. Is he going to comment next, or is, what's
If
your?
you're asking if I'm willing to stand down from the stand, I am,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, and I believe the chief is available. for-
Okay, please, let's ask the chief to give his
Chairman,
comment, move on.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object to continuing. I'm not concluded with my questioning of Mr. Powers.
Mr. Chairman, I would
I'm recognizing
suggest
now
that
the
you
Chief of
allow-
Police.
Allow him
Mr.
to
Blake?
finish his examination.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
I'm
Mr.
getting,
Powers. Someone spoke over
I'm
you. I did
getting
not hear.
counsel to ask you to complete your examination.
Thank you. Mr. Powers, in your affidavit, you indicate that investigators from the ABCC, the Alcoholic Beverages Control Commission, visited all licensed establishments in Harwich over July 16th and 17th. Is that your testimony, Mr. Powers? I cannot see you.
Mr. Chairman, it has been my sworn testimony this evening that I stand by the affidavit that counsel is referencing. It's a repetitive question. I have heard the chair rule him out of order several times. I would say to all involved that I stand by the affidavit.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Powers, does your affidavit indicate those other licensed establishments that the ABCC visited?
Mr. Chairman, I've already
I think
testified
I think the
affidavit.
question's been answered. It appears unless you have something else to ask, the answer is going to be the same for each of these, that they've already been testified to in the memorandum. So do you have questions that are not in that line?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to proceed with my questioning.
Not if he's not in order.
Excuse me?
You may. The answer is likely to be yes or no at this
I
point.
can appreciate, Mr. Chairman, I can appreciate what you believe to be the answer, but my questioning is of Mr. Powers.
Briefly.
Mr. Powers, in your affidavit, you indicated that in your time as both interim town administrator and town administrator, you've held public hearings to address bylaw violations and liquor license violations for numerous establishments in Harwich other than the port. What other establishments have you held show cause hearings or public
Chair, point of
hearings to
order.
address bylaw violations and license
excuse me,
violations?
Working. Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
The relevance to this particular hearing, this is about other establishments. We had established a guideline in the beginning that we were not going to relitigate any other establishments. It is solely pertaining to this.
Okay.
Point of order.
Yes, Michael.
Respectfully, Selectmen, I was not able to hear that guideline, and I object to that guideline. Mr. Powers, in your time as interim town administrator,
We've moved on to a point of order here,
Mr. Chairman, I am speaking.
Jamie, can you mute him for a second?
Attorney Thompson, is a point of order.
We have a point of order from us that, yeah, thank you.
Attorney Thompson, point of order. So the point of order is,
I cannot hear you, Mr. Chairman.
point of order. Attorney Thompson, it is the witness's testimony that he stands by his affidavits. Can we move on for this? You have all of your answers with him standing by his affidavit. Nothing is going to change with him not saying he stands by it. Why are we continuing on this question? Prolong the meeting all night again?
Selectman McCaskill, I'm not trying to protract the meeting. However, Mr. Powers is standing by an affidavit that lacks substance and therefore is objectionable. So I'm asking him to fill in the gaps of his affidavit, which he's refusing to do.
But that's
Mr. Powers, a final question, if I may. Mr. Powers, a final question, if I may.
Point of order is not recognized at this point.
You're not recognized at this point.
Mr. Chair,
Ed?
whether or not you like it or not, we've ruled that the formal rules of trial and testimony don't apply to this hearing. So you can save those objections to another venue, but they're not appropriate to this venue.
Mr. Blake, you asked that you ask it. I'm recognizing Mr. Blake now. You gave us some guidance to ask questions, but I think these have become repetitive and getting us nowhere. I want to move on unless you give me counsel to do something else.
I think that, Mr. Chairman, the examination of an affidavit that was used in the U.S. District Court, I don't believe is germane to your to the matter at hand, specifically whether or not there were liquor license violations. I would suggest that you instruct counsel to just move on, and if he continues down this path, because I believe you've instructed him to move on a number of times, that at some point you will have to make the determination as to whether or not you want him to continue.
Okay. Mr. Chairman,
if you have a question of another venue, ask it. If not, I'm going to ask it. We're going to move on.
Mr. Chairman, I have one final question for Mr. Powers.
Ask it.
May I be heard on that?
You may.
Mr. Powers, my final question to you, sir, is at the hearing on January 12th, 2021, the final show cause hearing, were you aware at that time that the applicant had requested a brief continuance because I was hospitalized and they weren't able to secure
That's the same
successor
question
counsel?
as before, so at that point, I'm going to stop this, that line of questioning, and I'm going to move on and recognize through you, Mr. Powers, the Chief of Police.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, if I may, that would be through the board and
Through the
your
board.
council.
I'll ask, Chief, can you provide your
Mr.
testimony,
Chairman, to the
please?
continuation without my finished questioning of the witness.
We're moving on without, at this point.
Uh,
You
Chief,
recognize my objection, Mr.
I'm not at this point. This is not
This
that
is Attorney
point.
Blake. I thought that Mr. Tomlinson had indicated he had just one final question and he asked it.
And I was denied an answer. So therefore, it is not my final question, but the chairman is moving on,
I'm
and I have
moving
not
on, yes.
concluded my questioning.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I would
I would
suggest that
argue that
if he
the
has
answer to that
additional
question-
questions, he could answer them. But the inquiry has to be relevant to the facts and the circumstances at hand, the issues at hand.
Mr. Powers, a question if I may.
No, I'm moving, because he responded to that question because it's the same question you've had before. So that was your final
Chairman,
one. In my mind, it's been,
I have another question on a different topic, Mr. Chairman.
this is enough. I'm moving on to the Chief of Police and recognizing Chief Gilmet for his testimony.
I'm going to object to the continuation without my finishing my questioning. Thank you.
No, we're not
Mr.
accepting.
Chairman,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that to the extent that he's going to move on and start asking different questions, that council be allowed to continue and finish his examination.
As if the questions are in a different line, I would accept that. Yes.
Mr. Powers, if I may, would you join the video, please? Thank you, sir. Mr. Powers, on October 15th, 2020, were you aware that your office corresponded with all licensees and advised that there would be a policy of the board to automatically extend to those establishments previously approved for expanded outdoor dining and on-premise consumption, that would be automatically extended for the calendar year 2021 to the extent afforded under state guidance?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure the relevance of this question. It's certainly up to you, and I'm not going to continue to interrupt. But the issues before you are contained in the memorandum, the supporting documents, hearing summary, and I think it's a call that you need to make with respect to whether or not that's a relevant question.
I don't think it's relevant to the issues we had tonight in terms of the potential complaints and violations and our decisions on the three issues that we want to come to conclusion tonight. So I'm not going to
Mr.
accept
Chairman,
that. Do you have another question?
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, the packet contains complaints from neighbors about patron noise under the tent, which was provided for under the expanded outdoor dining afforded under Governor Baker's guidance. So I would submit to you that this is entirely relevant.
I'm not
question-
going to accept that because the reason that they had outdoor seating is not, I'm not viewing that as relevant to whether there's a noise factor.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Don?
There is no relevance to this because that order had absolutely nothing to do with our noise bylaw or anything else other than just the outdoor serving. If there was an infraction of that, it had nothing to do with anybody's notification over anything. Nothing superseded any of the other regulations that they had to operate under.
Ed?
Thank you, Mr.
Chair,
I'm going to object to Mr. Powers' statement, but
I'm
Mr.
asking,
Powers-
I'm recognizing
Mr. Powers, my
Selectman
question-
McManus at the moment. Ed?
And
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Powers didn't answer my question, and unless he's being instructed by counsel not to answer, asked that he answer the question.
Jamie, mute him again, please. Thank you. Ed, as soon as we come back on.
we back on? The three items that are before us tonight are consideration of the liquor license, the entertainment license, and the complaints filed outlined in the memorandum of the hearing from Mr. Powers held. We are not taking up a hearing of the issues of extended outdoor seating. That is not a matter before this hearing.
Thank you. Do you have
Thank you, Mr. I have a question for Mr. Powers, Mr. Chairman.
go ahead,
Mr. Powers, when you issued your findings and recommendations on February 8th, was that the same day that you provided notice to the licensee?
Again, point of order.
Point of order.
Relevance to everything.
None of these are relevant to the points that that Ms. McManus mentioned. We're trying to get to the licensees and the three issues that came up. Do you have another?
Mr. Chairman,
I'm trying to give you an opportunity to ask questions,
your
but
counsel,
go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I'm trying not to speak over you, sir. Your counsel indicated that the touchstone of this hearing was due process, and that included notice and an opportunity to be heard. And my question to Mr. Powers was, what advance written notice did he give to the licensee of his recommendations and findings when he presented them to the board on the very same day?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
that's an issue of law. There is no, when we say notice and an opportunity to be heard, notice of violations and an opportunity to be heard at a hearing, not notice and an opportunity to be heard that a memorandum had been issued. He was provided with that packet of information, but the notice and opportunity to be heard that we are speaking of is during the hearing process. And he was provided with notice and an opportunity to attend the hearing. In fact, he was given a number of opportunities to attend the hearing. So I would suggest that if we're going to continue down this path, it doesn't appear like the applicant is contesting any of the violations, and that at some point you are going to be able to move on. I don't know how many more questions we're going to go through with Attorney Tomlinson, but I would suggest that many more of these questions, and you can move forward.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to object to Attorney Blake's soliloquy. The truth of the matter is, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I am not finished.
Let me ask
Chairman,
you, Mr. Tomlinson, let me ask you, if you will, do you have questions about the violations that have been mentioned, or anything to do with the, if you can stick to that, I'll entertain a couple more questions. If not, I'm going to ask you that we move on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but I don't appreciate the effort by the board to narrow my scope of questioning, and I object to that. The applicant is entitled to a meaningful opportunity to question the witness, and I'm being denied that meaningful opportunity. Mr. Powers, did you give advance notice to the applicant of your February 8th findings?
We've already
the day you
ruled,
presented.
I'm going to rule that as irrelevant based on our counsel's statement that has not relevant to the questions before us tonight. Do you have any questions that are more directed?
Objection, Mr. Chairman. It is entirely relevant to whether or not the applicant has advanced notice of the recommendations and the findings of fact that are before the board tonight. The board, as you may recall, Mr. Chairman, adopted Mr. Powers' findings of fact without any notice to the applicant or opportunity for the applicant to be heard. So those adopted findings are already a matter of the packet to which the applicant had no opportunity to question any of the witnesses. And so I object to the inclusion of those findings in the packet.
Okay.
I object to the inclusion of those findings. Mr. Chairman, I'm entitled to state my objection. These are clearly established constitutional rights
As a
of the
violation,
licensee.
point of order, Mr. Tomlinson. At this point, I'm going to move on. And Michael?
Point of order. Attorney Tomlinson.
No, my objection, Mr. Chairman. No, my objection, Mr. Chairman.
Attorney Tomlinson, you continue to go down this path, and it strikes me, I've read it numerous times, But tonight is the finding of fact. Tonight is the due process. Tonight is the hearing that should have taken place months ago, but for one reason or another, it's been extended. So a hearing officer presenting a finding of facts to the board triggered this hearing. So I'm a bit confused, and maybe you can explain how you're not getting your due process, or they weren't given their due process. And maybe it would enlighten a bunch of us, because again, crucified on social media and one-sided arguments that the due process hasn't happened. The due process was the Board of Selectmen appointing a hearing officer conducting a hearing, witnesses testifying, which, you know, we could go back and forth and argue whether you had opportunity to go. But tonight, Attorney Tomlinson, is for the board to hear this. And the board has read all of the documents. The board has read your 400 emails. The board is doing its homework, and you're not giving us a chance with all of your objections. And you know, once a witness answers that he stands by his affidavit that 90% of your questions are in, you're doing this to prolong the meeting. And I don't quite understand why you would do that to your clients.
Mr. McCaskill, most certainly I am not.
You are.
And you're entitled to your opinion, Mr. McCaskill. You've voiced that numerous times as against my
Point of
clients.
order, he has not been recognized.
Right now, I'm now moving on and recognizing the chief of police for his testimony.
Mr. Chairman, if you're moving on, I'm not concluded with my questioning. I will simply indicate that the three matters on for the board's consideration tonight, that the only lawful action permitted under the statutory scheme is the renewal of the seasonal all alcohol license and the entertainment license as it was issued in 2020. Any other action fails to comply with action mandated by state law and is unlawful, a blatant violation of my client's constitutional rights.
So noted, but that would be our decision after we close the public hearing and after we've heard all the testimony.
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, renewal can be denied only for good cause.
Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that in order to conduct this hearing in an orderly and a expedited fashion, that he can save his objections to the very end. We have indicated before that there weren't going to be any objections, and the constant back and forth is disrupting the hearing. So to the extent that he has any further relevant questions, I would ask you to ask him to ask the questions and move on, rather than this constant arguing back and forth.
And Mr. Blake has indicated that if the board will accept.
Point of order, he has not been recognized, and I refer back to the original rules of this meeting. If he does not wait to be recognized and we continue to repeatedly warn him, he will be removed from the meeting.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I'm simply asking the board that the applicant.
Point of order.
What I've said is that, and I think what our counsel said is that you have a chance at the end to raise some of your objections. But right now, I'm moving on to the chief of police, and I'm recognizing Chief Gilmet.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Jeffrey Blake again. Chief, are you on there? Yeah, I see I see you. Chief, did you take the oath when we administered it?
I did.
Okay, thank you. Chief, do you know why you're here tonight?
Yes, to offer testimony regarding the public hearing on the port for liquor license and entertainment license renewal.
Okay, and I'm looking through a packet of information that was provided to the public, to the board, to everybody. And in there, Chief, I see a memorandum dated March 17th, 2021 from you. Do you remember drafting that memorandum?
Yes, is that the one regarding the entertainment license renewal?
Application for renewal of entertainment licenses for weekday and Sunday entertainment, both inside and outside at the port.
Yes.
And you drafted that, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in there, you say that you have some major concerns about issuing the above requested entertainment licenses to port. What are those concerns, Chief?
Primarily noise. Last season, we had multiple noise complaints out of the port. Most of them were related to the tent that was in the rear lot. So a lot of it was a combination of crowd noise and music. But my primary concern is if there was going to be any music or entertainment in the expanded seating area, that the complaints were just going to continue to increase and get worse.
Okay. And you also say in here that this resulted in increased complaints of noise from the crowds inside the tent. So those are the people outside. Is that correct, Chief?
That's correct.
And you also say increased traffic on C Street. What did you mean by that?
Right. I had been also at the same time receiving correspondence from several residents who live in the area who were citing increased traffic and parking problems as a result of the reduced parking because the tent was taking up the parking lot in the rear of the port.
Okay, and so the traffic or the patrons parking was spilling out into the street?
Yes, along C Street is my understanding.
Okay, did that cause did it cause a dangerous situation?
Objection.
I'm not aware of particular hazards that were reported. It was just a general form of concern voiced by the neighbors, the increased traffic on the street.
Okay. You also say in this memorandum, you talk about ongoing reports of COVID violations. And are those the violations that we just heard, or were there other ones?
I think it's actually a combination of both. In the correspondence, some of the residents were reporting to me in the correspondence that they didn't feel the COVID regulations were being followed, that it was being operated more as a nightclub masquerading as a restaurant, and they had serious concerns about that.
Okay. You further state that there were reports of intoxicated individuals causing disturbances at closing time. Can you elaborate on that as well, Chief, for the board?
Yes, there was some examples given by the people I was communicating with that lived in the area who were reporting loud intoxicated people approaching bushes on the street and urinating in the bushes. And when they were asked to please not do that, they would use profanity and eventually leave the area. But usually at closing time, it was very difficult for the neighbors in the immediate area.
What about perks? I think that you had indicated that there were noise complaints. How many complaints, if you know, were directed toward Port in 2020?
In 2020, we had approximately 11, but 2 of those were identified as an apartment over the port. So I would say 9, just about 9 were directly related to the establishment itself.
Okay. Is there anything else that you would like to tell the Board of Selectmen about the renewal of the entertainment license? We're just talking entertainment license for now.
Just that what I had already stated, which my primary concern was if the tent remained up and there was any form of music going on in that tent, it was just going to be an ongoing problem. Noise has been an issue with neighbors in the area for quite a while, but 2020 saw a marked increase in complaints and correspondence to me regarding noise, and a lot of that involved music as well. So basically anything that could be done to mitigate that, I'm sure the neighbors would appreciate and would probably result in fewer complaints.
So would mitigation, in your opinion, as the chief of police and having fielded all of these complaints, would reducing or disallowing the entertainment license to be used outside, would that, in your opinion, alleviate these concerns?
Objection.
Not recognized.
I think it would.
Dave, go ahead. Well,
Mr. Chairman, this is Jeffrey Blake. At the beginning, we had indicated that we would not be objecting. and council has ignored that. He certainly, at a hearing before a superior court or other court, to the extent that he appeals, can make some of these objections. But it is for you to set the ground rules. We set the ground rules, and council is not abiding by those ground rules. I suggest that you let him know that you do have the ability to ask him to leave the meeting, and if he continues to interrupt, then we can talk about how we address that.
Thank you for that. Obviously, we aren't accepting interruptions. You'll have a chance to question later. Chief, can you respond to that?
Yes, I think reducing the amount of entertainment or eliminating it entirely would definitely have an impact.
Mr. Valentine, may I please ask Mr. Police Chief Gillette a question?
Let me, not at this point. Right now, I've recognized
Okay,
Chief
I'll wait.
Gilliam
Thank you. Thank you, I'll wait.
Thank you. Mr. Blake, do you have other questions for the chief?
I do. Chief, with respect to the all alcohol license that is for renewal tonight, do you have any opinion on the propriety, or do you have any concerns with the renewal of the all alcohol license?
Yeah, I think based on what last season showed us, which was obviously a unique season because of COVID and the expanded seating, but the problems that arose as a result of that are seen, and especially at closing time. So I think my concern would be that there should be a requirement to have better monitoring in the lots at closing time, and better monitoring of patrons leaving the establishment.
Okay. And in your report, and I hate to do this, to jump back and forth, but I've got a method to my madness. In your report, you talk about the renewal of the entertainment license. You talk about intoxicated individuals causing disturbances at closing time. Is that equally applicable to the liquor license renewal as well?
Yes, that's what I was trying to get at, is absolutely. I think that's part and parcel of the responsibility of the licensee, is to control their premises, especially at closing time, and keep the noise down and the disorderly people moving along.
Okay, and do you know how many, if you know, how many complaints you got about intoxicated individuals?
I do not. I'm not sure we have any of those logged in our official log. The majority of those came from correspondence with people who lived in the area.
Okay, all right. At this point, I don't have anything further for this. When is obviously, Mr. Chairman, that the Board of Selectmen is welcome to examine your chief or ask questions of your chief as well.
Okay. Are there any further questions from the board?
Not at this time.
Not at this time.
No. Okay, Mr. Blake and Mr. Chair, I assume at this point I give Mr. Thomason a chance to ask the relevant questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, good evening. How are you?
Good, sir. Thank you.
A few quick questions. I appreciate your memorandum dated March 17th. You also issued a memorandum dated February 25th, 2021, wherein you indicate that you have identified issues with the following establishments, and you also included Perks on that list. Did you not?
Mr. Chair, point of order. We have established that we are not going to put other establishments on trial here. This is solely about violations that may or may not have occurred on the premises of the port, period.
Can you restrict your questions to the port?
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, I didn't ask a question about Perks. I was simply asking what was provided for in the memorandum. Chief, if I may, Mr. Chairman, if I may proceed.
As long as it's directed at and specified regarding the port.
Chief, You indicated obviously that the outdoor tent that was installed in the parking lot was highly relevant to the concerns you raised in your March 17th, 2021 memorandum. Are you aware that there was no music offered in the tent at the port?
I believe I've reviewed reports that cite speakers out there.
I'm sorry, that cite speakers out there?
Yes.
Okay. And were those reports from your officers or were those reports from neighbors?
Yeah, I believe it was mentioned in at least one of the officers' reports or log entries.
Okay. Do you know if that was a speaker that was actually belonged to a patron or if that was actually owned by the port?
I don't know.
Okay. But as you sit here tonight, you're not aware of you're not personally aware of any speakers in there, only that it was referenced in the report?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, if I may proceed with my questioning.
Yes, but be careful that they're relevant.
Chief, obviously, your testimony a moment ago was that the tent is relevant to both the liquor license and the entertainment license as you view it for the coming season. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that the tent has already been denied by the board?
Yes.
Okay. So the noise complaints that you have received from neighbors, was the port ever cited for any of those noise complaints?
No.
Okay. Were any of those noise complaints ever referred to the board for discipline?
No.
Are you aware that in the last 3 years there have been no noise citations or violations at the port?
Last 3 years. I believe there was a letter agreed to. You handled the case, Mr. Tomlinson. I'm not sure what year that was.
If I submit to you that was not me, would you believe that there might have been another attorney involved in that?
No, I think I read it recently and it had your name on it.
I might be referring to a matter that was handled by attorney Matthew Kelly, but I'll submit to you that I did not handle a noise violation for the port within the past 3 years. You mentioned that patron noise in the tent was an ongoing problem. Did the department ever raise that concern to the licensee last season?
I believe on site they did, yes. They would mention that there was a complaint about the noise.
Okay. Are you referring to are you referring to an isolated complaint or a series of complaints?
I'd have to review the reports again, but there were, between correspondence and official calls to the department, there were several complaints of patron noise.
Okay. And it's your memory, as you sit here today, that those were communicated to the establishment?
Some of them, yes.
Okay. Do you know when they were communicated?
No.
Okay. If I suggested to you that they were communicated after the close of the season, that would have prevented the applicant from taking any steps to mitigate crowd noise?
You can suggest what you want.
My question to you was if the concerns were raised promptly to the applicant, do you believe that the applicant would have taken steps to mitigate that?
Let's move on from that. He's answered that question, Mr. Tomlinson. What's your next question?
Chief, why do you believe the applicant would not have attempted to mitigate noise concerns in the tent?
Just a series of ongoing complaints that didn't seem to be addressed.
Do you know whether or not the concerns or the increased complaints about crowd noise in the parking lot and pedestrians walking on C Street, do you have reason to believe that all of those people were patrons of the port, or could they have been patrons from other establishments?
I'm going to say that's irrelevant because you're trying to expand we're considered the port right now, and you can bring in all types of issues not directly related to that. So let's ask another question.
Point of order.
Yes,
Mr. Chair, I actually believe that that's a relevant question.
okay. I have a point of order from
Thank you,
Selectman. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, may I proceed?
Yes,
Chief, you'd agree that increased traffic on C Street and limited parking and reports of intoxicated individuals causing disturbances outside of the premise, that those complaints could be directed towards patrons leaving other establishments and not exclusively the port. Would you agree with that statement?
They could be. However, I had correspondence with residents who were telling me they were coming from the port.
I understand that, but you don't have any personal knowledge as to whether or not those residents could confirm that they were coming from the port?
No.
Okay. You previously indicated that there was a general concern about increased traffic on C Street. You're aware that the parking areas, municipal and otherwise, surrounding the port, that they are used by numerous establishments, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you previously mentioned that one way that you think that that the noise that's been an area, a problem in the area for years, one way to mitigate that might be to require some kind of monitoring by the establishment. And are you aware that one of your officers raised that issue to the port last summer?
No.
Are you aware that Officer Keith Lincoln demanded that the port install monitors that because Officer Lincoln did not want to be babysitting the port?
Oh, you mean doorman? You mean like people monitors, actual humans monitoring other people? Yes, I remember
I
that.
have a point of order.
Are you referring to?
Michael?
Definitely, Mr. Chairman. Are you referring to another form of monitoring, Chief?
I thought you were talking about like decibel monitors or something like that.
We have a,
I guess
Mr. Thomason,
Michael-
let me interrupt you for a second. We have a point of order from Selectman McCaskill. Michael?
Attorney Thomason, you just said on the record that Officer Keith Lincoln demanded that they add doormen. Was that an accusation made by your clients? Was it found? Is there a witness to that accusation? And Chief, two-part question. Chief, were you made aware of that? And is there anything disciplinary-wise that happened, or was that just another letter we got from Attorney Thomason related to this establishment? So I start with Attorney Thomason. Was it a demand with witnesses that was found?
Mr. McCaskill, respectfully, I'm not a witness here to testify. I'm simply asking the chief a question about whether he was aware of a statement made by his officer.
Attorney Thomason, respectfully, I'm the local licensing authority. I'm cross-examining you. It has nothing to do with whether you're on trial or not. If you're making unfactual statements, I and the rest of the board would certainly want clarification. Is that too much to ask of you?
That's not a point of order, Mr. McCaskill. And again, I'm not going to make a witness out of myself. If you would like to question any witness about that, you may do so, including Officer Lincoln or the chief. And I'll direct my question again to the chief if he was aware of that.
Point of order still exists. I'll go back to the chief because maybe he'll answer it. Chief, is that something that there was discipline or Keith Lincoln was questioned by you? Do you find that to be a found accusation before you answer the question?
Yes, there's a report that exists that Officer Lincoln witnessed somebody with an open container, and he was investigating it, and he went to 2 different establishments, and one of them was the port. And during that exchange with the staff at the establishments, he did mention the fact that they needed doormen to monitor people to prevent people leaving with open containers.
So was that a suggestion in your mind, or was that a demand?
I don't know, the report doesn't read that he demanded it. The report reads that he told them they needed to have better monitoring at the doorway at closing time, or all the time, actually.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I would suggest that we take that as the answer
Okay,
and strike demand from any record.
yep. Thank you. Mr. Thomason, next question.
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, the subjective judgment of Mr. McCaskill is not an issue here. I'll redirect my question to the chief.
It is, it's our, well, go ahead. Ask.
Respectfully, Mr. Chairman, I'm
Mr. Chair, you have
mid-question.
not ruled on a point of order, and he cannot continue.
What's your next question?
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Right.
Chief, on July 10th, may I proceed, Mr. Chairman, without interruption?
Different question, yes.
On July 10th, 2020, Chief, did the port submit a letter to you complaining about Officer Keith Lincoln's actions, accusing the port of allowing a patron to leave within an open container, and in fact, that was unfounded, and the open container originated from an establishment next door? Is that true?
I'm
You
going
did
to,
submit the letter, yes.
I'm going
Chief,
that
did
one,
Officer-
Mr. Thomason, that was a
Mr.
question you
Chairman.
answered yourself, so I'm going to say that's not relevant to this line of questioning. Do you have another question?
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, it is highly relevant. The chief is discussing and has testified to noise and open containers and intoxicated individuals. So I believe my question is relevant. Chief, did you ever determine the location
Point
of that
of
open
order, he's
container
objecting to the
as not
chair's
originating from the port?
ruling. He can't object to our objection.
Can't object to that. Mr. Thomason, ask another question. I've said I don't consider that relevant because you've asked and answered the same question yourself. Ask a question that the chief can respond to.
Chief, this allegation of an open container that Officer Lincoln investigated on July 10th, that was confirmed not to originate at the port, correct?
That's what Officer Lincoln's report seemed to reflect, yes.
Okay. So the port was not cited for an open container, to your knowledge?
That's correct.
Can I ask you to identify the people with whom you spoke who wrote complaints to you or raised complaints to you regarding the concerns that you raised in your March 17th, 2021 letter?
That question I'm going to overrule because I don't want to identify witnesses. That was a difficulty we had last week, Mr. Thomason, and people see that as a threat and has limited our number of witnesses coming forward. So I'm not going to allow you to ask that question. I'd ask you to, if you have another question, please ask it.
Chief, are the complaints to which you refer, are they included in the packet that was made available tonight as part of the public hearing?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So are you in possession of complaints from other people that were not included in the public hearing packet tonight?
Complaints mean via like email and things of that nature?
Your memorandum refers to complaints. So I
Yes.
assume you received them in one manner of communication or another, whether oral or written.
Yes.
So my question to you is, did you make available to the board copies of the written complaints you received?
A lot of those complaints were CC'd to the board, or I was CC'd.
Okay. Do you know whether or not those complaints were provided to the licensee?
I don't know.
Okay. There's a statement in here about concerns about ongoing reports of COVID violations. Did you receive complaints about ongoing COVID violations at locations other than the port?
Again, we've asked that you restrict these questions to the port. And so I'd ask you for the next question.
Chief, the complaints about ongoing reports of COVID violations, those aren't limited solely to the port, are they?
That's the same question asked in a different way. Please restrict your questions to the port.
Chief, are you aware of complaints at establishments other than the port? I'll ask it that
Same
way.
question. I've said that that's not relevant, and I ask if you have another question, ask it. If not, we'll conclude your questioning.
Chief, did you ever cite the port for any violations of COVID guidance?
Yes, it was in May. They were involved in a issue that was brought before the licensing authority.
Was that a liquor violation or was that a COVID violation, to your knowledge?
COVID.
Okay. And what was the basis? What was the basis for that violation?
I believe it was consuming on the premises when it was supposed to be to go.
Okay. And you were aware that patrons were...
Point of order, it's in the materials that we
have.
have actually already verified that were available and that we're not going to get into questioning.
Okay. Thank you, Don. Did you, Ms. Thompson, you understand that point of order? The information's already in the packet,
And we've already ruled on it.
and we've already ruled on it.
Well, I understand that, but I have the right, constitutional right to examine the chief, and will proceed to do so.
And we've...
Point of order, he is
and-
not running this meeting. It is our meeting, and you make rulings, Mr. Chair, not that council.
And we've answered that question. Move on to the next question.
Chief, you testified earlier that last season was unique because of COVID and the use of the outdoor tent. And you made a statement about better monitoring, and I guess I'm confused by that. Were you referring to decibel monitors for noise?
No.
What kind of monitoring were you suggesting?
Of the patrons, as especially at closing time.
Okay. And are you suggesting that solely limited to the port, or is that something that you're suggesting townwide?
Again, you keep coming back to trying to pull the whole town in. This is a hearing on the port, and so move on to your next question. I'm not going to accept that one as relevant.
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I'm not trying to pull the whole town in. I'm just asking for the chief. The chief was asked by your council what his opinion was to mitigate some of the concerns.
And
I'm asking the chief.
And he can answer that, and he can answer that regarding the port, but I will...
Point of order, that's already been ruled on.
Your next question.
Chief, how do you believe the port can mitigate concerns about noise during this continuing COVID season?
I think their outside entertainment has to be limited, and there can't be any music under expanded seating, which is I have already stated. And further monitoring of last year saw a dramatic increase in people mentioning crowd noise as a result of that. So I think monitoring of just simply the crowd noise and trying to get a handle on that, as well as the level of any entertainment, is what I'm thinking.
Thank you, Chief. Do you think that if there was sufficient monitoring of crowd noise, that the tent would still be a viable option and a value and a service to the community if crowd noise was sufficiently monitored, in your view?
I don't.
Point of order, that is not his decision to make.
With respect, thank you, Don. I was just going that one I was going to just get to. Mr. Thomason, that's what the hearing is for to get all the input we can for us to make that decision. So that at this point, it's not the chief's decision, and he's already given us his opinion and his input. I think I don't want to extend this meeting forever. I'd ask you to wrap your questioning up for the chief. I'd like to move on and give the witnesses a chance to speak.
I'd like to actually ask a question after him.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Your counsel, Attorney Blake, asked for the chief's opinion on what would be beneficial or helpful to mitigate these issues. I'm simply expounding upon that, and I believe that information would be valuable to the board, and you would not want to deny the chief the opportunity to be able to provide.
But I believe he's
his opinion
answered
and input on
that. I believe, Ms. Thompson, he already answered that. Is the reason I want to move on.
Thank you, Chief. My final question for you is, if the port is allowed to expand its outdoor dining again, do you agree that crowd monitoring and keeping the crowd noise to a sufficient level is valuable to the community?
Point of order.
Point of order, that is not his decision to make. What is in the public interest is ours.
Let me just comment, Mr. Thomason, that We can all answer that. We're all here to try to contain the noise to an acceptable level in the neighborhood. And that's one of the main factors we're looking at as a board. Let's move on. We have a point of order, then we have some.
My only comment, Attorney Tomlinson, is I think that you have the wrong venue for this line of questioning. I think that tent that you're speaking of was the one in the back parking lot that took up all the parking spots. And I think that your argument for this should probably be made whenever you make whatever next appeal you're going to make. But the tent in the parking lot right now is not the question. The tent, that this is not what we're here for tonight.
We have other questions from the board. Mr. Thomason,
If I may respond to Mr. McCaskill's comment.
Mr. Thomason, let me.
He doesn't get to respond. Point of order, that he does not get to respond. This is not him conducting his hearing.
I'm moving next to. I have some
doesn't seem
questions
to get
from
to
the
respond
board.
to anything.
Don, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief, through you, Mr. Chair. Chief, going back to the COVID violations, are you aware of any violations that might have been cited by any other jurisdiction other than the Harwich Police Department against the port?
Yes, the ABCC found violations when they did a compliance check.
And when would that have been, roughly?
That was sometime in July.
Okay, so this is in excess of just jurisdictional aegis, correct? It's
Correct.
not just your force that is citing these violations.
Yes.
Furthermore, Chief, in terms of, you've been out there physically trying to enforce these, and your men and women have. Is there any other site in that area, since we've been talking about all of this and trying to bring everyone else on trial, that had the magnitude of expansion that was granted to the port in consuming their parking lot and that kind of real estate? Is there anything comparable to that?
Nobody else owns their parking lot.
I'm sorry, I did not ask anyone but the chief that question. And you have not been recognized, whoever you are.
Chief, go ahead.
No, I'm not aware of any other establishment.
Ed, you had a question?
Mr. Chairman, if I.
Let me ask Mr. McManus to ask his question.
Chief, when you referred to music under the tent or music from the tent, you were not only referring to actual musicians there, but music being piped there through a speaker system.
Yes.
Point of order, this person is out of order. They have not been recognized, Mr. Chair.
I'm not sure if that maybe even be background noise. Please, if you're not speaking, you're not recognized, mute your laptop, please. Ed, did you have a follow-up question?
That was the only question I had.
Okay.
Please, Mr. Chair, and to Mr. McManus's point, Chief, when you respond to a noise complaint from a particular site, do you have to determine whether the person is someone from the outside who brought the noise in, or is it pertain to this under the jurisdiction, especially a business? Is it the responsibility of the business to control their activities on their site, or do they cede that because someone else is doing it? If you're responding to a noise complaint on a site, is it relevant to you, that someone says, well, I can't do anything about it because someone else brought speakers onto my site to use them? Or do you hold the responsible party to be the actual establishment where the noise is emanating?
The licensee is responsible to control their premises.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Thomason, I'll give you a chance to ask one or two more questions, and I want to move on to witnesses who I know are anxious to speak.
He already has.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chief, a few follow-up questions. Did I make requests of the Harwich Police Department on various occasions over the summer for you to produce documents regarding complaints against the port?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And do you believe that you complied with those?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned in response to the board's questioning about the term magnitude of expansion. Do you know how large was the tent in the parking lot?
No.
Okay. If I suggested to you that it did not take up all the parking spaces, would you agree with that statement?
I don't know. I've never actually, don't believe I ever actually viewed it in person.
Okay. If I suggested to you that there were at least 5 parking spaces that remain in the parking lot, you wouldn't have any reason to dispute that?
I don't know either way. I've never reviewed it.
So when you responded to the board's question about the magnitude of the expansion, you don't have any personal knowledge of what the tent
Mr. Thomason,
size-
I'm going to rule that not relevant. The response, you've asked that question before, and the response from the chief was it interfered with parking. And I think that provides the information that we, as an input, we need. One final question, and I'm going to move to witnesses.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not completed with my questioning of the chief.
What I've said is I want you to conclude your questioning to the chief so we can move on to witnesses while we still have a bit of night left.
Chief, is it your belief that the port hosted live entertainment throughout the summer last year?
No.
Okay. What is your understanding?
Again, that's not the whole line of the questions is that hasn't been relevant because it's been either speaker or live. We haven't got into a discussion which is regarding the noise. So you have another line of questioning.
Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to get into that question, but I can't
get
get
into
5
it then,
words
because I
out
want to
without interruption.
move
So
on, and you're repeating the same
question.
question.
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, the chief testified to, in response to questions from the board about who was liable for speakers on site. And my question is going to directly get to that if you'll afford me the opportunity.
Ask it.
May I continue to question the witness? Mr. Chairman, may I continue to question the witness?
Mr. Chair, point of order. Previously, Mr. Tomlinson had introduced the thought that perhaps someone had brought some amplification into that site. I solely was responding to what Mr. Tomlinson raised. I was not putting words into the chief's mouth. I was responding to what Mr. Tomlinson actually was trying to allege, that someone outside had brought that music in, and if that were the case, I was asking who was responsible for that nonetheless.
I think the point is that you've testified, and our point of order was it's irrelevant whether it's live or piped-in music. It's still noise that we're contending with. So I'd ask you to, if you have another question, please ask it on another subject.
Chief, if the port were to upgrade its house sound system so that it could control the volume of entertainment offered outside, do you believe that that would help mitigate noise at the establishment?
That has been suggested, but I have no experience as to how that actually works either way.
Okay. And I won't ask about other establishments that have newly installed house systems, but do you know whether or not the port has a house sound system in place currently?
I do not.
Okay. If I were to suggest to you that it does and it has the ability to be able to upgrade that system to control performing noise, whether recorded live or acoustic, that would help, in your opinion, would that help control noise at the establishment?
Point of order, that is under our jurisdiction and always has been, and granting licenses, we don't ask the police for their opinion on what would ameliorate sound violations.
Thank you for that point. Mr. Thomason, that's been a discussion whenever it comes up on that. So we'll take that into discussion later. So that's.
So, Mr. Chairman, so I'm clear, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Jeff Blake can ask the witness for his opinion as to mitigating circumstances, but the applicant is not able to. Is that your ruling tonight?
That in fact is not supposed to happen. You've asked his opinion on numerous occasions, and the chief has I think responded to those. My concern is that you've asked the same question in different formats on his opinion, and so he has answered that.
Mr. Chairman, each time I ask for his opinion, a member of the board pipes up to take a point of order to interrupt him from answering. I'm simply trying to ask his opinion, just as your counsel did.
I'm going to move that that they have been responded to. If you have another line of questioning, otherwise I'm going to ask you to conclude the questioning so we can get to the witnesses. I want to give the witnesses a chance to speak tonight as well as you.
Mr. Chairman, perhaps you would like to ask the advice of counsel as to whether or not I'm entitled to ask the chief's opinion.
I have no problem with that. Mr. Blake, I'll ask you to weigh in.
Mr. Chairman, I believe as long as it's relevant, then he's entitled to ask for that opinion. I will note that he did ask the chief his opinion if there was a sound system that would mitigate the noise or control the noise, whether or not that would help. And the chief said, yes, he thought it would. And then counsel asked, did he know that Port had such a sound system? The chief said no. And then he went on to say, if you knew it would that help? The questioning is being a little redundant, but certainly he can ask for relevant opinions from your chief.
I think the key word there is relevant. That's the concern I have, Mr. Thomason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Obviously, as Mr. Blake noted at the last hearing, the discussion of relevance is a legal matter for the court. And so I'm just going to make a general objection to your repeated referral to something being relevant.
Stated that we're not accepting, we're not listening to objections tonight. So just move ahead with your question.
I appreciate that. I would like to finish my questioning of the chief, please.
Go ahead.
Chief, you indicated that music in the tent was an ongoing problem throughout the season. If I suggested to you that there was only 1 week where there was music allowed under the COVID guidance, would you have any reason to dispute that?
I don't know.
Okay. Chief, have you read the letters of support from the delivery companies that supply food and provisions to the port regarding their need to park on C Street?
No.
Are you aware that delivery companies are not able to use the port's parking lot to make deliveries and have used C Street for the entire existence that the port has been in operation?
No.
You're not aware of that?
No.
So I presume you're not aware that other delivery companies for other establishments also park on C Street?
Correct.
Okay. Chief, have you ever had an opportunity to view the port's late night menu?
No.
So you're not aware of what food offerings the port makes available after 10 p.m.?
I am not.
But your earlier testimony was that you had complaints that it was a nightclub masquerading as a restaurant. You recall that testimony?
Correct.
Okay. And that's not your opinion or that of your officers. That's of complaints that you've received from other people.
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever investigate those complaints about whether or not the port was a nightclub masquerading as a restaurant?
Our officers would respond to any calls for service there and do the best they could to determine what the situation was.
Okay, but despite having 11 noise complaints in 2020, the port wasn't cited for any violation of the noise bylaw.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, with that, I'm happy to see the witness unless the board has any further questions to which I might rebut. Thank you, Chief, for your time tonight.
Okay. Any further questions? Don?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief, are you familiar with the alcohol beverage pouring license for this site? If I were to say to you that on the license that the capacity listed was 84 people, would that sound about right?
What's the big deal? You never heard of a black box?
Please mute yourself so we can hear the chief respond.
I didn't hear Mr. Howell's question. I'm sorry. There was an interruption.
If I were to say to the chief that the capacity listed on the alcohol beverage pouring license was listed at 84, would that be a surprise to the chief, or would that be pretty consistent with the operation that he was familiar with through the years?
I'm not sure. I've never really got into numbers as far as occupancy. It's not really our area.
All right, in your judgment, however, because it is 84, it's listed on all the licenses, in your judgment, would 4 or 5 parking spaces be sufficient to sustain that kind of capacity without parking elsewhere?
No.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may ask, if there are no further questions from the board, if I may ask the chief a follow-up question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, was that directed to me? I'm sorry.
Yes, Mr. Tomlinson. You asked for one follow-up question.
Thank you. Chief, you indicated that seating capacity or occupancy limits are not within your purview. Is that true?
Yes, I don't believe we enforce those. I think that's building or fire.
Okay. And are you aware of the site plan that has been approved for the port with respect to the parking that is made available at the port?
No.
Okay. And so when Selectman Howell asked you questions about your judgment regarding 4 or 5 parking spots, you really don't have any substantive basis to make a determination as to whether or not that parking is sufficient with respect to the expanded outdoor dining. Is that true?
I know if it was 5 spaces alone, it wouldn't be enough.
I can appreciate that, Chief, but are you aware of other establishments that have on-site parking?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if those establishments also had outdoor expanded dining at their parking?
I think that's beyond the questions that we're having about the port. I appreciate it, but does that conclude your follow-up questions for the chief?
No, Mr. Chairman, it does not. The chief was muted and he wasn't able to respond to my question.
Mr. Chair,
but you're asking the chief to make a survey of the town on all their parking. The question that came up was specifically for the port. I'd like to keep it to that.
My question is limited to the port. My question to the chief was, he was not aware of the site plan or the required parking. And I simply, let me rephrase the question, Chief. Are you aware of any municipal parking that's within close proximity to the port?
Yes.
And Chief, is that municipal parking used by other establishments as well?
Yes.
Whether or not those establishments have on-site parking?
I believe so.
And are you aware of other establishments that had expanded outdoor dining, that their tents or their outdoor dining occupied parking spaces on their property? The Lanyard, for example.
Yes.
Go ahead, Chief.
Yes.
Thank you. And again, with respect to any rebuttal questions, I'll see the witness. Chief, thank you again for your time this evening.
Thank you. We'll move on next to I'd ask the witnesses that are sworn in to confirm that. I'm going to call. I have a list of names of people. Excuse me, Mr. Blake.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that we limit, like we did at the last hearing, that those members of the public that wish to speak should only speak with respect to opposition to the renewal of these licenses. And then when Port gets their opportunity to respond to everything, then those people can speak. So I would just ask that if you're going to open it up to the public, that you just do so for those that are opposed to the license.
Thank you, Mr. Blake.
Yes.
I shall do so. My other request is that you, the witnesses that speak, I'd like to, because in the interest of time, make your point, be concise. And if someone in front of, before you has made a point, please don't repeat it to us. We're listening and paying attention, so I'm sure we'll get the point. Who now then request those who wish to speak to identify themselves.
Mr. Chairman, if
Yes.
I may.
I have I can read from the list. Is there Patricia Lafrate?
Point of order.
Yeah.
The only opposition I have to that is, as Attorney Blake just said, he was looking for people of opposition.
Right.
So we can't go in order of the list if we're looking
For people of opposition.
So we
Yeah.
have to deviate from the list if we're going to follow our attorney's.
That's a good point, because I'm playing a bit of a guessing game.
So I think on the list,
If
you can ask for the first one on the list of opposition by reading names.
let me do it that way. At least we get an order then. Patricia Lafrate, do you wish to testify in opposition?
No, I do not.
Let me move to
I am in support.
Bob.
Leanne?
Pardon, Leanne Coleman. You have to help me with the pronunciation.
Manciele?
Comanzizelli.
Zielis? I don't know.
Am I close?
Cumanzelis.
Okay.
Cumanzelis.
Do you wish to testify in opposition?
I do not.
Mr. Bob Cohn. Bob Cohn.
Yes, I do.
And did you swear in earlier?
I did, sir.
Go ahead then.
Okay. Mr. Chair, board members, Mr. Powers, hi, I'm Bob Cohn from Pleasant Street. As I mentioned last week, I conducted an informal noise survey in 2019, presented it at a noise committee meeting a year ago. I was on the committee at that time, but once again, these comments are mine alone as a resident. Based on the exact same data, I recently put together a new map which plots the noise readings for the port only, mainly in July 2019. If I can share my screen.
Joe, do you have to do something to share the screen?
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I would suggest that would be a acknowledgement of the board to do that, and then the Station 18 manager or I could actively name them as a presenter.
Okay. It's up there now. Thank you.
So that was done without the
Okay.
knowledge of
Right.
staff of the board.
Okay.
Want me to go back?
I'm not object. I don't object.
I don't object to it.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
So this is again, this is a map of noise I recorded during my survey in 2019, July 2019, of noise I recorded there. A quick overview, the red dot is at Ember's performance area, the light blue.
We're
Objection.
speaking to the port. Bob.
Report.
Okay, am I free to go?
You are.
Okay, the light blue area, the light blue shape is the port's lot. Green circle is 150 feet from the source for comparison with the bylaw standard. The dark blue rounded rectangle approximates the permitted noise range. There should actually be a little bit less up here in the top corner to account for this notch. Again, the small red diamonds, the small diamonds are individual noise incidents, and the larger diamonds are represent multiple incidents on different nights. You'll see that most of the readings occur north-south axis along Schoolhouse Road and C Street. That's because that was the route I traveled in taking the survey, but you can be assured and can assume easily enough that the noise propagated to the west and to the east as well. Again, these were readings for a single venue for basically a single month. I mostly stopped doing surveys at the end of July, but still recorded noise I heard from my house. Over the entire season, I recorded at least 15 nights when noise from the port was plainly audible at 800 feet or more away. I wouldn't want to suggest that these are extreme distances, but when looking at maps like these, it's easy to lose sight of just how much space is involved. And this is an overlay map, overlay of football grids, which shows that the actual space we're talking about. So this is a football field of, 300 feet by 160 feet.
1.21 gigawatts.
It's 1.1 acres. And you can see, if you look closely enough, that there are about 4 football fields inside the permitted noise range. If you can picture standing in the middle of the football field and then add 3 more fields to the picture, I think you might agree that it's a considerable range, which I'd hope would be plenty reasonable levels of outdoor entertainment, particularly considering the neighbors nearby. By contrast, the actual noise range at 500 feet encompasses 18 acres. At 750 feet encompasses 40 acres, and at 1,000 feet, 72 acres. And much of the village, from Bank Street to Dome Park, from above north of Pleasant to almost the bottom of the sea. More importantly, noise audible at 800 feet is 5 times more than the allowed nuisance level under the bylaw, and for close by neighbors, it's been that much louder and at times intolerable. To the port's credit, however, they did seem to get quieter at the end of the 2019 season, though by next year, excessive noise had resumed, and for a full week in July 2020, we heard music from the port on Pleasant Street, now at almost 1,000 feet away from the new performance area in the parking lot. Excuse me. One evening, I called them 3 times, asking them to turn down the volume, but the noise continued unchanged until 10 p.m., loud enough to keep us awake. And though I didn't witness it myself, based on videos I've seen, crowd noise from the tent seems to have been a problem for much of this season, as we've been discussing. One of the difficulties the town has had in managing entertainment licenses is that there's been no mechanism to prevent scope creep. When the port first came before the board requesting the entertainment license, they said that music was only for keeping people entertained while waiting for the tables, that it would only be minimal, acoustic, wasn't going to be amplified or rock band or anything of that nature. They weren't going to have loud, powerful bands. They would do everything to keep it under, they could to keep it under control, because it was in the best interest of everyone. These are all quotes from the port. But fast forward a few years, and unfortunately, noise levels were too often out of control. I don't think that makes the port bad necessarily, and I can understand how it was easy for entertainment to grow. But the thing is, this is a licensed activity. I'm getting some feedback, excuse me. This is a licensed activity, and the license is put in place in order to strike a balance between the interests of the venue and the neighbors who are the primary stakeholders in this. In this case, the balance grew so out of whack, the neighbors felt driven from their homes. It's hard enough to strike a balance with outdoor entertainment in close quarters. It's that much harder for the board when the balance they do strike is ignored. So I hope that in the future, the board can devise a method to deal with this problem. Moving on, I have to say that at last week's Ember hearing, I was truly moved by Mrs. Brockett's testimony, and I honestly feel bad for her and her family. But I hope she and her family understand that it's a two-way street, that the noise and disruption has made life difficult and sometimes miserable for neighbors of both restaurants, and that neighbors are only asking that the noise be turned down. That's all, just turn the volume down. I want both the port and Ember to succeed. They're important to the community. They employ a lot of people. They're a draw for their town, and I've enjoyed going to both of them. But I also hope that they can find a way to do it with neighbors. It really shouldn't be that hard. And that's almost exactly the same thing I said last week about Ember, and what I originally intended to say about the port. But over the last several days, I've come to doubt whether they actually can be good neighbors. I don't do social media, but I was forwarded a number of screenshots from the port's Instagram account. On the left, it says, "We got a list, Branos check, Ganley check, Cohen check." This is in reply to a lead-up by the port which targeted each of us individually, criticizing the things we said. I don't know how much they got wrong and mischaracterized about Bill and Joe, but I assume a fair amount. In my case, the criticism was mostly based I'm being misquoted in the Chronicle. I never said that Ember was loud in 2020. My survey was done entirely in 2019. The screenshot on the right shows Joe Gamley being targeted again. Which house is there? Which house is theirs? I think I know who he is. I understand that people get worked up and vent on the internet, but this is shameful. Targeting individuals crosses a line. Not so veiled threats and plotting about knowing where someone's house is beyond unacceptable. And none of this has any place in our community. So at this point, I really don't know what to say about what should be done with the port. I had thought that the ideal long-term outcome would be for the port to reduce the entertainment and crowd noise, figure out how to comply with the license terms, and be reasonably good neighbors again. But I no longer know if this is possible. I hope it is, but I don't know. I can't speak to the crowd noise issues and the issues surrounding the tent, but as far as the entertainment license goes, and trying to be consistent, I'll only say that if and when the port is permitted outdoor entertainment again, I suggest the same conditions I mentioned for Perks last night, and more or less the same I mentioned for Ember a week ago. That live outdoor entertainment be limited to evening hours, that other outdoor entertainment be limited to ambient background levels, that live music be played only through a house audio system, that the port self-regulate with security personnel and/or decibel monitors, and that the noise limits be more strictly enforced. Finally, I want to repeat a point that Bob Nickerson made last week, and that is that a lot of people have been intimidated by the carryings-on at the Ember hearing, and perhaps tonight too, and some continue to be. It's unfortunate that our open meeting isn't as open as it ought to be. I appreciate the board taking the time to consider this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob.
I'm going to share my, yeah.
Well,
Mr. Chair,
yes, Mr. Blake.
I was just going to ask if I could ask the witness a couple of questions, but I think I interrupted a board member. I apologize.
I don't believe so. Go ahead, Mr. Blake.
All right, thank you. Sir, I think you know that I'm Jeffrey Blake from Town Council, representing the town here. I've just got a couple of questions for you. You had indicated that you heard the noise and you knew it came from, and I'm going to quote you, port only. How do you know that?
Well, when I did my survey, I would walk down and stand across from the port and Perks and determine which kind of music was being played, whether the male or female voice, the kind of, the style of the music, the instrumentation. And based on that, I'd be able to determine what was going on the entire time. When I couldn't determine it, I didn't add it to my figures.
Okay, so you stood in front of the restaurant, you made your determination, and then did you walk a certain distance and listen again?
Yeah, I started at my house in Pleasant Street. I walked down Schoolhouse Road making notes as to the sound I heard. When I got to the port and Perks Corner, I determined where it was coming from, then walked down C Street as far as I heard noise, and came back up, and then continued my survey down 28 to Ember, past them to Freeman Street, Snow Inn, and then up Freeman to Pleasant, back down Pleasant. So I did a loop, pretty much the same loop every time, some variations.
And I think he testified that for 15 nights, it was plainly audible at 800 feet away. Is that correct?
That's correct. There were another 7 incidents that I wasn't able to determine whether it was port or Perks.
Okay, and how do you know it was 800 feet?
Based on the Google measurement.
Okay. And how far away do you live from this restaurant, from the port restaurant?
About 800 feet from their performance area. Okay. Almost 1,000 from their performance area in the parking lot this last year.
Okay, and you say you called 3 times in one night to ask them to quiet down?
I did, yes, sir.
So were you inside your house and you could still hear them at almost 1,000 feet away?
Yes, and we couldn't sleep.
Is that a regular occurrence?
It has been too regular, yes, not just from them, but from Ember as well, and others too, different years, different folks.
Okay, but we're talking about port tonight,
yeah.
So yeah. I don't want to go out into anything else. Sure. But yeah, so was that a regular?
In July, on my map, it showed 8 times from our house.
Okay, all right. Now you said that you talked about a website and.
I'm sorry.
You talked about a website or Instagram, I think, and you showed a picture of it. Is that the Port Restaurant Instagram?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
Okay. And did that threatening posts, were they posted after your testimony during the Embers hearing?
Yes, in this last week, I believe.
Okay. And did you feel threatened by those posts?
I initially did, yes. I communicated that to the chief and told him I'm going to go down to my house and install a security camera.
Do you still feel threatened?
I hadn't been, but now I am again, so yes.
Okay. Have you received any calls or emails or anything of the like regarding your testimony?
Just screenshots from the Instagram account, yeah.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions for you, sir. Thank you very much for coming forward.
My pleasure.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Chairman, if
Who's speaking?
sorry, Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Mr.
It's Attorney Tomlinson. If I may question Mr. Cohn?
You may.
Mr. Cohn, can you join the video again, please?
I'm there. Camera's a little shaky.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. I have a few quick questions just about the informal nature of your study. You mentioned that you performed at your own work. You did not share that with the noise committee, or you did?
I did a year ago.
Okay. And do you recall when you shared that with the noise committee?
Roughly a year ago.
You don't recall the month?
I would guess April, but I could be off. It was I think it was just before the pandemic kicked in. I think it was our last meeting before the pandemic.
Okay.
But I could be off on that a bit.
That's okay. And the noise committee didn't vote to refer that your study to the board, correct?
No, it didn't. We barely voted on anything at all.
Okay. Would you agree with me that there's a significant divide on the noise committee as to the interpretation of the term plainly audible?
I would agree that there's considerable polarity on the noise committee, and that based on some recent input from legal input, that there ought to be no difference between the plainly audible definition or understanding of plainly audible in the town anywhere. That's a new understanding that I've come to recently, and I believe we on the noise committee wasted an awful lot of time on that.
I'm sorry, you said that there was some legal input. Have you received any legal input on the definition of plainly audible?
I have, yes, sir.
Okay, and is that from town council or is that from your own personal attorney?
Personal attorney.
Okay, and I'm not going to ask you to identify the personal attorney, but have you voiced your concerns, or has your personal attorney spoken with the town's attorney or any of the members of the board?
Yeah.
He sent in a letter.
Okay. So that letter was sent to the board?
Yes, in the last couple weeks.
Okay. Has that letter been disclosed as part of the public hearing packet, to your knowledge?
No, it's scheduled to be under review at, I believe it's anticipated to be under review at an upcoming Selectmen's meeting where noise will be on the agenda, a general meeting, not a public hearing.
I see. And did you request that general meeting before the board?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I did prior to that several months ago in talking to Mr. McCaskill, and our understanding is that once we get through these hearings, we would approach that and try to get in before the season.
Were your conversations with Mr. McCaskill, did they occur as part of a convened meeting of the noise committee, or were you just having private conversations with him?
He is a liaison to the committee.
My question was a little different. Were you having private conversations with him, or was it part of his role as the liaison to a convened meeting of the noise committee?
It was trying to figure out what to do about how to dissent to some of the decisions about the noise committee. So it's part of his job as a liaison to talk me through this.
And this was, how recent was this conversation with Mr. McCaskill?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
we're going to be here all night. The issue here is whether or not there's noise coming from port, not whether or not we have a liaison talking with a member of the noise committee about, whatever. I would suggest that I'd ask council to really start to try to focus his questions.
My questions are focused, Attorney Blake.
No, they're not. No, they're not. They're not focused at all.
With that in mind, Mr. Thomason, you have
You are not entitled to ask irrelevant questions and waste a lot of time. All right? That's not your entitlement. You don't run the hearing, and we're here for a specific purpose.
Do you have another line? If not, I'm going to ask the next witness to testify.
Mr. Chairman, I have not concluded my questioning of Mr. Cohn. He presented an informal study, occupied more than 10 minutes of the board's time. I would ask for the opportunity to simply ask him a few questions about his qualifications and about the methodologies of his study. I believe that that's highly relevant to the court, to the court, excuse me.
You can ask that, but you were going a different direction.
And it very well may be, but those aren't the questions that you're asking.
Mr. Blake, I haven't asked a question.
Yeah, and we've been doing this for 10 minutes, so.
And so you're leading the witness and obstructing my questioning. I would just ask the chairman to direct you to stand down while I proceed with my questioning. Thank you.
If you can ask a question that's relevant and not the direction of the board on the noise committee, ask, but be careful. We need to move on.
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, Mr. Cohn, what qualifications do you have to perform this study? Are you trained in any way professionally as an audiologist or a noise engineer?
No, that's the beauty of the plainly audible standard. Anyone can use it. And I, in fact, was trained somewhat by a police officer in 2018 when I had called the police for a noise complaint from, I don't remember who. And by the time he got in there, the noise had died down. I said, oh, I can hear it. And he trained me that that wasn't above ambient. So to the extent that someone could be trained in plainly audible, I have been trained.
I see, but you used a decibel meter to measure sound at various locations, correct?
I don't know where you got that idea. I used the plainly audible standard exclusively.
So when you were using the plainly audible standard exclusively, could you understand the lyrics of what the musician
This is, excuse me, I'm going to overrule that. I'm going to move beyond that because we're not getting anywhere. He's given his impression of the noise, which gives us the information to make some decisions about that. At this point, it's like you're back to trying to intimidate the witness. And let's move. What else? If you have another line of question, please ask. And I want to get to another witness.
Mr. Cohn, your study is dated in 2019. You didn't perform any plainly audible informal noise studies in 2020, correct?
I witnessed. I did not write this down into my spreadsheet, but I witnessed a week's worth of noise coming from the port. And I went down and checked it out, and I saw the guy standing out in the parking lot wailing away, and it was the same guy I heard at my house. It was quite loud. Sometimes it echoed off the house across from us and could be heard 1,000 feet away. But actually, it was 1,000 feet away because he was in the parking lot. So yeah, that wasn't part of my survey, but it's something I noted in July. It only lasted a week.
And wow, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Mr. Cohn.
It only lasted a week.
Okay, so
kept us from sleeping.
Apart from that 1 week, there were no music or noise complaints to your knowledge at your home last summer.
I don't recall any, no.
Okay, and you raised an issue about feeling threatened about in social media, Instagram posts. You understand that that what the port posted was simply a copy of your letter and informal study, correct?
When it has a list up there, we got a list. Vranos check, Ganley check, Cone check. That's not that kind of what you're suggesting. That is borderline threatening. When someone's going after someone's house online, that's borderline threatening. It crosses a line. It has no place in our community. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Did you contact the port and ask them to remove that post?
Let me
Contact the police.
move on from that. He's
sorry.
already given us, right now, he's given us his impression of that post. That's sufficient answer. So you have another line of questioning.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Cohen, you believe that you were misquoted in the paper. I know all too well what it means to be misquoted in the paper. You'll agree with me, though, that the freedom with which you share your story here today is a freedom of speech that is shared by other people that support the establishment, correct?
I would suppose. I don't really know. You would know better.
I'm simply asking you, do you feel that you have the freedom to be able to share your thoughts with the board?
That's getting me, let me stop that line of questioning too. That's getting us nowhere. Mr. Cohn has testified his impression of the noise, and that should end that discussion. You have another line of questioning.
I do. Mr. Cohn, you indicated that you thought that, like Perks, Port could be good neighbors, and that this is simply a situation where we need to turn down the volume. Do you still believe that that is true, that if the volume were turned down, that noise complaints throughout Harwichport would likewise decrease?
I didn't say I thought that. I said that I hoped that. And yes, I believe that if people turn down the volume, we can all live together.
Okay. And last night you supported outdoor entertainment at Perks, true?
Again,
that is true.
That's going back to a non-port question.
It is actually, Mr. Chairman, because it goes to whether or not Mr. Cohn supports all businesses equally, and I believe that's a fair and relevant question.
Yeah,
Let me answer that. The standards I suggested are the same for all three venues. There may be some slight differences, but they are essentially all the same. That they use house systems, that they only, if I get it correctly, that they only have it outdoor entertainment in the evening hours, live outdoor entertainment in the evening hours. Other times it should be ambient background music. That the noise limits be more strictly enforced, and there are a couple others perhaps, or the decibel monitors and or security details as appropriate.
Bob,
I said the same thing.
Bob, let me.
All three then.
Yeah, Bob, let me interrupt you, and Mr. Thomason, I want to move to the next witness at this point. Is there Molly Spalt here we should speak to in opposition?
I do not wish to speak in opposition.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I interrupted Ms. Spalt.
Okay. Ms. Spalt?
I believe she indicated she does not wish to speak in opposition. I simply wanted to note my objection that I was not concluded with my questioning of Mr. Cohn.
Again, we decided early on that we're not entertaining objections tonight. I can keep repeating that, but it's just wasting time. Joe Ganley, do you wish to testify in opposition?
I do.
Please. Okay. Mr. Ganley, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to testify. I am a resident and taxpayer in Harwichport, as my wife and I own property in close proximity to the port. The issues of this establishment have been well documented to the board. You have sworn testimony from the ABCC and the Harwich Police, but also extensive photo, video, audio, and written testimony submitted by residents. Contrary to the report of the Ad Hoc Noise Committee, the noise problem last summer was not better because of COVID. It was meaningfully worse than it's ever been. In the past 2 years, there were 28 calls to the Harwich Police Department regarding the port. Last summer alone, there were 15 police calls between May 22nd and Labor Day. That's 15 calls in 15 weeks, not including the 2 ABCC inspections, which both found violations. And contrary to what has been reported, the port did have a documented noise violation in the last 3 years on September 27th, 2019, for which it was issued a written warning by Lieutenant Sullivan. I would submit this is the very definition of being a focal point of police attention. Mr. Chairman, when the police have to go to the establishment and ask that the music be turned down, or when they have to instruct the staff to ask patrons to leave the premises more quietly, these should be violations. The noise ordinance and license regulations are clear. If noise, whether from entertainment or from patrons, is plainly audible at 150 feet from the establishment, it should be a violation, period, regardless of what time of day it is. 150 feet is a violation. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the board for denying the privilege of expanded outdoor footprint at this establishment. I believe they used that privilege last summer, and I believe this will be a game changer in terms of noise from this establishment going forward. Mr. Chairman, there's no reason that this business cannot thrive while maintaining respect for its residential neighbors. I am certainly not suggesting that they should be shut down or that their liquor license should be revoked. I'm not interested in getting pulled into a social media war with my neighbor or the ridiculous Hatfield and McCoy's dispute going on between the port and Perks. All I am asking is that the board hand down appropriate discipline for the violations before it, and that you use your authority to set such conditions on the entertainment and or liquor licenses, which will compel this business to fully comply with the rules and regulations that the town has established, in particular, the noise bylaw. Nothing more, nothing less. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from the board for Mr. Ganley?
Reserve it for later. I'd
Okay.
like to hear from Attorney Blake.
Don? Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Ganley, did you...
Are you kidding? You're not going to hear from
Out
anyone?
of
You're not gonna
order.
hear-
Please, you haven't been recognized. You'll have a chance to speak.
Mr. Ganley, since you've given an opinion about noise, have you...
Mr. Chairman, I didn't get a chance to ask the witness a question. I was trying to unmute myself.
Okay. Let me continue with Mr. Howell, then Mr. Blake. I'll get right to you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was Attorney Tomlinson speaking. My apologies.
Was it?
Yeah, Mr. Ganley, you had made some comments about noise emanating from there. Did you have occasion to actually walk down C Street or peer in and see if there was any live music, or was that just from afar?
The vast majority of the noise that I observed and disrupted us last summer was not music. Yeah, it was music, I think, on a couple of occasions, but it was mostly voices, patron noise.
And where did that appear to be coming from?
It came from the port, without question.
In the tent area or inside, or?
No, it was in the tent area. The fact, as I've said to the board, the outdoor tent was a game changer because it took whatever crowd noise would normally be associated with the full capacity of the establishment and moved it out into the parking lot, closer to residential neighborhood, closer to the residential neighbors, and created a raucous, loud environment.
Thank you. I'm going to reserve my time for later.
Okay. Thank you, Don. Mr. Blake?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I do apologize for the board. I was mistaken as to who was doing the questioning. Sir, my name is Jeffrey Blake, and I represent the town, as you've probably gathered that. I've got a couple of real quick questions. You testified that you lived in close proximity to the port. How far away from the port do you live?
I don't know that I've ever measured it, but we're across C Street, first house across C Street.
Okay, I'm not really familiar with the area. Can you give me an estimate? Is it 20 feet or is it 200 feet?
No, it's 100 yards, maybe 90 yards.
Okay, all right. And you say that the noise problem.
As I say, Attorney Blake, I'm sorry, I haven't measured it, so I don't want to be called a liar on Instagram because I said 90 yards and it's 75.
Okay, sure. And you said that most of your complaints last year were about patron noise, crowd noise?
Yeah, I've never made a noise complaint ever before in my life until the tent went up last summer.
Okay, and how many complaints did you make? Do you recall?
We called the police a couple of times, and then we started recording the noise from our front yard to document it so that we could bring it up with the Board of Selectmen. It was
Okay,
what the enforcement procedure was.
okay, could you hear the noise from inside your house?
Oh, absolutely.
Did it keep you up at night?
Absolutely.
Okay, and is that
I have a 5-year-old and an 8-year-old, and it was, difficult to get my kids to go to bed at 9 or 10 o'clock at night.
And is that the crowd noise or the music or both?
Last summer, it was crowd noise in particular.
Okay. I think, have you sat through this entire hearing, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you heard me talking to the chief and asking the chief some questions. The chief had indicated in a memorandum that he had gotten reports of intoxicated individuals causing disturbances at closing time. Did you ever observe any intoxicated individuals causing disturbances at closing time?
Many, many times. Our house is to the parking lot behind the Port Center, which is across the street from the Port's parking lot. And I would routinely have to go out into the parking lot and ask them to keep their voices down or, move along because they were causing a disturbance. We would have people come into our backyard out of that parking lot while we were sitting there around our fire pit and relieve themselves in the middle of the backyard. That happened a couple, 2-3 times last summer. So
in front of your children?
No, it was usually after my children had gone to bed.
Okay. What other type of disturbances did you observe after closing?
Just very loud conversations, yelling and screaming, arguing in the parking lot. People fighting over who's going to drive home. Just the sort of disturbances you would expect, with drunk patrons coming out of a bar.
Okay, and do you know they were coming from Port?
Objection.
Oh, yes, we often hear them walking across the street.
Okay.
We could hear the conversation as they left the Port, and you could hear the conversation continuing as they walked across C Street into the parking lot.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Mr. Chairman, I have a technological issue. I just have a technological issue that I want to bring to the board's attention. I'm receiving emails that Mr. Powers has locked the meeting. Some people have left and they're trying to join again. So if Mr. Powers could unlock the meeting so that participants can freely participate, that is requested.
Those who have been dropped apparently were interrupting the meeting.
Joe didn't do that. I understand some of them have been locked because of interruptions of the meeting. And as soon as they stop interrupting, they'll be completely unlocked.
I know, respectfully, Mr. Chairman, the people that are writing to me have not spoken a word during this hearing, and they have been locked out and cannot rejoin the meeting.
Well, it looks like probably about 20 or 25 people just joined, so.
Yeah. If people speak one at a time, but that's the only way we can control so that you're heard and the witnesses are heard. Mr. Thomason, you have questions for Mr. Ganley?
Oh, I do. Thank you. Mr. Ganley, good evening. I'm hearing something different from you tonight that I haven't heard from you in the future, in the past, and I'm encouraged by it.
We have someone is on the line, and so we can't hear you. In order to keep everyone on the meeting, we need people to mute themselves or be quiet. Otherwise, we don't hear you, Mr. Tomlinson, as well.
That is why they were dropped.
You do hear me? You do or you do not hear me?
I hear you now. A second ago, I did not. It was interference, so I couldn't understand what you were saying.
Thank you. Excuse me. Mr. Ganley, what I was saying was that I'm hearing something from you tonight that was new and that's encouraging. And that the takeaway that I'm hearing tonight is that you're certainly not opposed to the operation, and you're certainly not opposed to the entertainment at the port. You're opposed to the proximity of the tent to your property. And but what I haven't heard from you are suggestions on how you believe that those crowd concerns and patron noise under the tent, how we might mitigate those, how the applicant might mitigate those. Do you have any suggestions on that? Because I believe that obviously there are numerous patrons that park in the Port Center parking lot near your home that come from different establishments all over. And I think you'll agree with me that they're not all strictly from the Port. And I do know that you and your wife have dined at the Port and also dine at other establishments. And so my question to you is, do you have any suggestions for the board as a neighbor living very close to the establishment that shares air with Perks, that recently had its entertainment license renewed, that the Port can likewise remain relevant as a business and survive, but also be more cognizant of the concerns that you raised tonight?
Well, I would say, first of all, that's quite the question. I don't agree with your summary of my testimony. So I would take issue with that. But what I would say is I certainly think that it is obviously a mixed commercial and residential area. And I think it is completely possible for restaurants and residents to coexist peacefully. In my opinion, it requires two things. It requires mutual respect for your neighbors, and absent mutual respect, it requires the town to enforce the laws that it's put in place to regulate these kinds of mixed use areas. I would suggest that it is not incumbent upon me to suggest to the Port how they should comply with the law. There's a noise ordinance and there are liquor license and entertainment license regulations that they are required by law to comply with. I'm not the manager of the Port. I'm not their licensing attorney. It is not my job as a resident to make suggestions to them as to what procedures they should put in place to ensure that they're in compliance with those laws and regulations.
Thank you. Did you ever speak with the manager or ownership at the Port regarding your concerns?
No.
Did you ever raise a concern with the police department that your concerns were not being met or not being heard or not being referred to the establishment?
Those are three different things. My concerns were not being met, heard, or referred to the establishment.
I'll simplify the question for you. Did you ever complain to the police department that your complaints were not being heard?
Yes.
How did they respond to you?
I complained to the police department. I complained to the Board of Selectmen. I complained to the town administrator. I complained to the noise committee. And this is all related to last summer. I've never raised a noise complaint any other year that we've been here.
You raised a complaint to the noise committee from last summer.
Yes.
How did you raise that complaint? My understanding was that the noise committee hasn't met since before lockdown.
No, they had a meeting in October.
Was that October 2019?
No, it was October 2020.
Okay. And you raised your concern then?
Yes.
Mr. Tomlinson,
Do you believe that if you're-
can I make a comment at this point? The questions you're asking Mr. Ganley about action is why we're meeting tonight. We asked our town administrator as he testified to preside as hearing officer several months ago, and I think has come up before. Those meetings were delayed for some time, actually, for several reasons. I'm not questioning the reasons they were delayed at this point, but that's the reason we're here tonight, is to hear the testimony and see if action, if any, needs to be taken to move forward. So I'm trying to
Thank you,
give
Mr.
some
Chairman.
insight into that, into our procedure as a Board of Selectmen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll resume my questioning of Mr. Ganley, if that's okay with you.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Ganley, since you didn't raise any of your complaints to the Port, did you have any complaints about any other establishment?
No.
So you did not have any noise complaints or crowd noise complaints at Perks immediately adjacent to the port and which shares the same air?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Ganley. You agree that if the noise bylaw is clear and that a violation should issue, what is it about the noise bylaw that's ineffective as you see it?
I think it's not, I think the town has been lenient on businesses out of a desire to help those businesses and not issue violations.
I see.
So a police officer will go to a restaurant and instead of citing them for a violation, he'll ask them to turn the music down, which is fine if they do that, but there's already been a disturbance.
So your position is that it's up to the decision of the police officer whether to issue a violation?
Mr. Chairman,
No.
what determine whether or not there are violations? I mean, this witness's opinions and thoughts on how to mitigate noise and the like, I suggest are irrelevant.
Mr. Blake, respectfully, you led the witness as to threats. You led the witness as to what he witnessed and what
I'm able to lead the witness because this isn't a proceeding that's governed by the rules of evidence. You can lead the witness as well, sir. That's not my objection. My objection isn't to the former question. My objection is to this back and forth. We're here trying to determine whether or not to renew the license because, frankly, noise violations. So this back and forth and talking about what this witness thinks or what this about the enforcement of noise and the like is really not relevant to this whole thing, and it's just prolonging this hearing.
Let me take my opportunity then as chair to move on, Mr. Tomlinson. Do you have another? Do you have another?
Mr. Chairman.
Either if you have another line of questioning, ask it, or I'm going to ask. I'm going to move to the next witness.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to direct your counsel to refrain from attacking me on the record. His behavior is deplorable. I'm treating him with respect. There's no reason for this.
He's asking,
and
if I may, we've asked Mr. Blake to help us and provide counsel for us, which he's done, and this back and forth is not giving us direction so we can hear everyone's testimony.
Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I'm trying to ask questions so that the board can be educated. But at every turn, I'm being denied the opportunity by the claim that the question is not relevant. So, Mr. Chairman, if I may proceed, folks, I appreciate that everyone has an opinion tonight, and everyone will be afforded the opportunity to speak. I assure you the board, to the extent that you've requested, should make an effort to allow everyone to speak. The board has put this process in motion and should see it through to completion. What I would ask Attorney Blake,
and that's our
witnesses, and to
that's our intent. But we
simply, Mr. Chairman. I'm still speaking. Mr. Chairman,
excuse me, Mr. Chair. Whose meeting is this? It is not his. Yeah. He gets recognized. You don't need to be recognized. You are the chair.
I was recognized, Mr. Howard.
But not at this point, sir.
But I've asked you to ask one more relevant question because we're not moving forward with this back and forth.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, respectfully, I would ask that to the extent that you're going to limit my questioning, that you also direct your fellow members of the board to show some decorum and not interrupt when people are speaking. That is only further protracting the process. Mr. Ganley, I just have a couple final questions, if I may. Did you submit those videos made from your property to the board?
Yes. Well, I put them on YouTube and sent an email to the board with the link.
Okay. And you indicated that the crowd noise from the port's tent carried over into the parking lot. And you said that you heard that from your property because those people were on C Street. But you don't have any direct knowledge as to whether or not they came from the port, do you?
I do.
What is the basis for your direct knowledge?
There were many evenings where we would be in our yard or we'd be walking the dog and hear a loud conversation we would look in the direction of the port and see the group of people having that loud conversation, exiting the port, walking across C Street into the parking lot.
Are you aware that people walk through the port to cut off the corner of C Street on a regular basis?
Mr. Tomlinson, he's answered that question.
I'm not.
I'm not going to,
Mr. Chairman.
and Mr. Ganley's answered that question, I think, twice now. I'd like to recognize, I'm going to move to another witness. Mr. Blake?
Mr. Chairman, could I just briefly, this witness, you were here and you were sworn under oath, were you not, sir?
I was.
Okay. Yeah. And also, Mr. Chairman, with respect to Mr. Cohn, I know that we swore everybody in the beginning, but I just want to make sure. Mr. Cohn, are you still on the line?
Yes, I am.
And you were here and you swore. I saw you, but I just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Yeah, and Mr. Cohn did confirm his that he was sworn in.
Okay.
Moving to the next witness, Francis Rich, do you wish to speak in opposition?
Fran had to leave, I believe.
Okay.
Had another meeting.
All right. Is there anyone on the line that wishes, I don't have a list, that wishes to speak in opposition? Hearing none, we'll move to those who wish to speak in.
Hello?
yes.
Hello?
Yes?
Hello?
This is Jeff Blake's temper.
Do you wish to speak in opposition?
They were pranking.
Oh, I'm not sure if that's me or someone else trying to speak.
What's your name, and we'll find out.
Maura Sherry. Is someone else trying to speak along with me, or is it?
Someone
I'd like
is
to just
interrupting.
echo. I don't want to be.
But we'll ask anyone else to mute themselves at the moment. Have you been sworn in?
Yes, I have. Yes, I have at the beginning.
And are you in opposition?
Yes, I am in opposition, and I don't want to be repetitive. I think Bob Cohen and Joe Ganley pretty much summed up everything that I've experienced, and I could reiterate that I actually have reached out to the port many times, and I've never received a response. And then I've had to call the police. I've actually called the Board of Health. I've experienced the same things that they stated. Nothing different, because it's the same experience for all abutters. And I think the issue at hand, it's really sad, because at first I'd like to say I recognize the port is an asset to the town, and I want for their success, as everyone probably listening feels the same way. But their lack of respect for their neighbors has brought us to this point. And it's unfortunate, because I've reached out to them before the police, before the Board of Health, and there's been no effort to kind of meet the neighbors in any way, because it's very profitable. And this past summer, it was even more profitable to be able to expand their space and reinvent themselves. But the way that they reinvented themselves really was at the cost of the neighbors. And it did disrupt our quiet enjoyment, and it was offensive to not hear back from them when I politely called and said I'd like to speak. I left a message. I'd like to speak to you about this. Maybe to try to come up with some kind of resolution. Completely ignored.
Thank you for that. I'll ask Mr. Blake first, and Mr. Thompson, I'll give you a chance as well. Mr. Blake?
Yes, I'm sorry, I missed your name. What was your name, ma'am?
Maura Sherry.
Maura Sherry. Thank you. And can you tell me how close to the port you live?
Very close. Live on C Street, and I'm in a butter.
Oh, okay. And you said that you echoed the complaints that we heard from the prior two witnesses, the prior two gentlemen. You hear what kind of noise? Is it crowd noise, or is it music noise, or is it both?
It's both. I would say the music noise may bother people who go to bed early more. That's really not, it's more the crowd noise. And when it's actually always been a problem when it closes and people would leave. And last year obviously was even worse because they were always in the process of being out in the parking lot. And I actually, as far as COVID, I did have to send something to the Board of Health, which I didn't hear back from the Board of Health either. They flagrantly ignored protocol by, they actually encouraged people. They had beach balls that they were tossing back and forth, and the patrons were walking around without masks on, and it actually encouraged them to interact. So it's just a lack of control of their patrons. I mean, I heard that they had speakers, and that wouldn't fall on the onus of the port to tell the patrons not to have speakers. I mean, they have to have some kind of control over their patrons.
Okay, ma'am, so did you, first of all, I think the chairman already asked you, but did you sit through the earlier hearing when I was examining the chief, or the chief was testifying?
Yes.
Okay, and he had indicated that there were complaints about noise from crowds inside the tent, and I think you just talked about that. Now,
yes.
With respect, because you are in a butter, do you have any complaints regarding traffic on your street because of the Port restaurant?
That's really not anything that has affected me personally. I don't know if it affects other people, but that hasn't affected me.
Okay, thank you. And now, also the chief testified, and I think the prior witness testified about intoxicated individuals causing disturbances after closing time. Have you experienced any of that?
Just their boisterous volume, and yeah, I could actually join in conversations if I needed to. I mean, I can hear them so clearly that it's as if they're sitting on my property.
Okay, and did they, do you know it's coming from the Port restaurant?
Yes, I actually, how do I know? Because they have a space that I could see over the fence. I could see over the fence. I mean, that's actually when I took the video, and it was I took a video at just 10 minutes shy of midnight, and I sent that to the Board of Health because it was so loud, and it was during COVID. So I thought, that sounds more like, individuals sitting down and having a meal. Of course, not having a meal at 10 of midnight. And I couldn't figure out if they were serving food or not. It's news to me that they have a menu after 10. But I didn't know how they were all there, so I looked over, and they had, the time that I actually videotaped, they had beach balls, and they were hitting them back and forth and running and catching them and throwing. And I thought, my God, here we go. It's not a wonder how the numbers are going up in Howardsport with COVID.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. I don't have any further questions for you at this time.
Okay.
Mr. Tomlinson?
Mr. Chairman, may I?
You may.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Sari, am I pronouncing your last name correct, Sari?
Sure. Yes.
Do I spell that S-A-R-I?
No.
How do I spell that? I'm sorry.
S-H-A-R-R-Y.
I'm sorry, I missed that. S-H-A-R-Y-I?
R-R-Y.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry, I didn't catch your address. You said you're in a butter, but you're on C Street?
Yep.
What address is that, please?
43.
Oh, thank you.
43A.
43. Do you reside with William Granos?
No, it's 43A. There are two properties there.
Oh, sorry. But Mr. Vranos is your neighbor?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Ganley is also your neighbor?
Yes.
Okay. Did you speak with either of them before tonight's hearing?
No.
Okay.
I spoke, not recently, but I've spoken to Mr. Vranos before in just, shrugging shoulders like, can you believe that?
You said you submitted a video to the Board of Health that included beach ball.
Yep.
Can you tell me when you submitted that video?
No, I don't have that information for you, so I'd just be pulling it out of the air.
I understand.
But it was the night that it was the night that it happened. I can't recall. It was in August.
It was in August? And did you send that via email?
Yes, and I actually have some of the beach balls that landed in my yard, so.
Okay.
I have some.
I appreciate that. I'm having a hard time, believing that, only because it's my understanding that none of that activity ever occurred. So I do want to see a copy of the video.
I could send you the video if you have trouble believing it. I could send you the video. I have it.
Ms. Sherry, I'm simply suggesting that I had requested of the board to produce all this information, and I'm not hearing about this for the first time. And so I'm in no way accusing you.
I sent it to the Board of Health. The Board of Health.
I understand that, but I made a request of this board to produce all information that it had from all of its departments, and that information was never provided to me. And so I also, have you ever called the port directly and left messages?
Yes, many times. Yes, many times. Ask them to call me back. Ask them if they'd like to talk to me about ways that they could behave better. Told them I wanted them to be successful because I do want them to be successful. They're a great asset to Howardsport. It's just I don't want to swear, but it's how they behave to their neighbors. That's the problem and why you're speaking tonight. Why we're all here tonight. It's not a mystery. Their behavior is deplorable and disrespectful. It's a great place. If I didn't live near them, I'd love to go there. But yeah, it's...
So you don't go to the port? You don't go to the port?
I have been.
Okay.
Just like anything, I want the town to succeed. It's my town. I want it to succeed. I want them to do the right thing, but they continually don't. That's why I have reached out to them, and they have never. I think it's bizarre that they've never said, hey, you're our neighbors. Why don't you, before we open, let's just have a talk about how things could go better. Never, never.
I appreciate that, because they have gone on record before the noise committee to say if anybody has concerns to reach out directly. And, I do understand that
they don't call me back.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. What I'm asking you, though, is did you make those calls last summer, or were they in years past?
Yes, last summer, the year before.
Okay. It'd be interesting to note the times. Do you have those times recorded on your phone from when you made those calls?
That's not relevant to me. She doesn't need that detail.
No, I don't. That's ridiculous.
I'm sorry. I'm affording you an opportunity to speak. I would just ask that you afford me the same courtesy. Thank you.
So you would think that I would keep a record of times that I've called the port in my life?
I didn't say in your life. I said last summer. You took a video. I wasn't aware of it. I'm not suggesting that you did make the calls.
Okay.
All I'm suggesting is if you type the phone number in your phone, it might show the last time you called them. That's all I'm suggesting.
You should ask them. Ask them how many times neighbors have politely called them to just have a chat about how their behavior is. And ask them why they don't respond to the neighbors. Because I got to be honest with you. I don't want to be doing this right now. I was intimidated by this whole situation. I don't want my name to be out there for I see that there's 182 people, and who's going to put me on Instagram, and now they know where I live, and now they know my name. That's uncomfortable. And the port has put me in this position where I have to speak up as a town member, because that's the only thing that can happen. My calling them privately has benefited me not at all.
Can I ask a question about calls that, did you make any calls to the police?
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever call the police to follow up with their reaction to your call, whether they visited or did they ever get back to you?
I usually call them. I've called them, actually I called them and asked why they couldn't do anything about what I thought was very risky behavior during this past summer during COVID. And they told me they didn't have the authority to deal with that I should, that's why I sent it to the health department, and that they couldn't go on the premises for that purpose.
I would just ask you to save the video of the beach balls.
Oh, I've got it. I'll send it to you. I'll happily send it to you.
I appreciate that. Thank you. You mentioned that crowd noise under the tent was an issue for you as well. I'll ask you the same question that I asked the other witnesses. What suggestions do you have to help mitigate that also preserves the port as an asset to the community and the many people who are employed there whose livelihoods depend on being able to work at the port?
Showing respect for the neighbors. And as you asked me before if I've dined there, I have, and I dine often at Ember. And I like the establishments, and I think the employees are wonderful. It's the management that has a problem.
Have you ever made a noise complaint against Perks?
Mr. Thomason, no. Again, I keep asking you to restrict this to the port. Do you have let's move, ask your final question, please, because I think I want to get to the witnesses that are in support.
And also, I can tell you why I've never complained about Perk is just because I believe they shut down at a certain time, if I'm not mistaken. I could be mistaken, but I think the port stays open later.
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman, if you could allow finish, that would be that would be appreciative if you could allow a public participant and resident there to finish what she has to say. I believe that that's appropriate and relevant.
The appropriate response is to follow our direction that you restrict this to the port, and you keep trying to violate that. And that's not acceptable in this hearing.
Mr. Chairman, we're having difficulty hearing your microphone again. I don't know if you've moved the microphone.
And what that means is that we end up blocking out everyone, and then you complain about doing that. So the people that are on the line and making noise hurts not only hurts our hearing and your questions and everyone else's comments. So we will. Who's Jamie? You have to lock everyone out, I guess, again temporarily.
I'm sorry, I was muted by mistake. Ms. Sari, I have a final question. Mr. Chairman, I just have a final question, if you don't mind.
One final question. We have to lock you out again, unfortunately.
Mr. Chairman, again, I can't hear you. There seems to be some background noise.
Well, that's what we're trying to get. Someone needs to mute their system because it's interfering, so we can't hear.
Found them.
Okay, we found them. Can we hear you?
Okay, thank you. Ms. Sari, can you still hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Yes, I can.
You mentioned that you had witnessed intoxicated patrons leaving the port. How are you certain that they're from the port?
Because when the noise gets so loud that I leave my house to look over the fence to see what's going on, I can see that that's the behavior taking place, and it's just not a mystery. There's no mystery.
And your fence is located where?
I actually walk, there's a fence between 43 C Street and the port. And the noise travels to my house. I walk over to look over to see, you follow where the noise is. And that's where the noise is emanating from. And I could see the people making the noise. It's a bar outside. How there's no mystery.
But Perks is a bar outside, and it's right next door, and you can see them from your fence as well, can you not?
Again, I've asked you over and over again to restrict it to the port. And so, do you have another question? Because I want to move and give the witnesses in support a chance to talk tonight.
She never maintained she saw it anywhere but the.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, but when we're talking about an establishment that is being viewed by an abutter and that abutter can see both establishments, I think it's important to identify whether or not
She
Sherry can
identified
see
that,
in activity at Perks.
Lauren,
Allow me
I
to finish,
think,
Mr.
excuse me, Lauren, I think you testified that you could identify the noises coming from the port.
I actually don't mind a small amount of noise. So if I'm further away from, my house is situated a little bit off. So it's only when the noise is incredibly excessive. So I tolerate, because I know I'm in a mixed zone area, I tolerate some ambient noise. And sometimes it's not unpleasant. But when it gets incredibly unpleasant and incredibly loud, I move to the source to find out what's going on. I'm not going to call the police if it's not really awful. And this might not be the answer you want to hear, but that's usually where most of the noise is coming from that would draw someone out of their house to think, what the hell is going on at this time of night?
So Ms. Sherry, you agree that more uniform enforcement will be beneficial to you as a neighbor?
And I hope you take away also the respect. It would have gone a long way. I mean, actually, even, I have to be honest with you, an apology would have gone a long way when I call to say, it really was out of hand. Can you please deal with this? If someone from the port had called back and said, geez, we're really sorry, just once, never.
Thank you for that. But you don't know whether or not those messages were actually received by ownership. And that, it's possible during a busy evening where that message wasn't conveyed. So you don't know whether or not the ownership is actually ignoring you, do you?
I would assume with the many times that I have called and I would assume also, wouldn't that be something that anyone who works there would convey to the managers? You should ask that. I would assume that would be part of what management would want to know when people call and complain.
Have you ever tried to communicate with ownership via email?
Mr. Thomason, I'm going to stop this now because we're talking about noise, not the communication within the port management. I'm going to ask now for those who wish to testify in support to come forward. Are there any questions first? Are there questions in the board members of? No, we're fine. Those in support, Patricia Lafrate, do you wish to speak now? And
yes, I'm right here.
have you? Were you sworn in when we did that exercise at the beginning of the meeting?
Yes, sir, I was.
Thank you.
My name is Pat Iafrate. I've been a nurse for 46 years, over a quarter of that time in infectious disease. And I've been working throughout the pandemic. There are heated emotions and political agendas, I think, regarding this issue, but I would like to state several facts. Fact number one, I attended a birthday celebration at the port in July under the tent at picnic tables. Governor Baker's guidelines were adhered to strictly. I witnessed 2 patrons gravitate to a neighboring table. Staff re-explained the rules and the patrons returned to their own table. At all times, the staff was professional and forthcoming regarding COVID regulations. And at that time, alcohol could only be served with food. There could only be a maximum of 6 persons per table. And there was a time limit that we could only be there for 90 minutes. I did see cleaning of the adjacent tables as people left. Fact number 2, I arranged a retirement party for a nurse colleague in October. The event details changed as the governor's guidelines changed. Again, the staff was professional. All had appropriate face coverings and seating restrictions were enforced. Alcohol gel was plentiful and prominently available. All attendees at that party were nurses, and we were all impressed with their COVID safety, and we also felt safe. Beyond the two events that I attended, the other times I was a patron at the port, I did not observe inappropriate activity regarding COVID restrictions. I recognize that I am only one person, but I witnessed adherence to rules, prompt remediation of infringement, and professional behaviors of waitstaff during extremely difficult times. I appreciate very much the opportunity to express my support.
Thank you for that. To be consistent, could you give us your address so we have that for the record?
Sure, 103 Main Street, Orleans.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. LaFrate? Ms. LaFrate? Don?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the first question.
How about it? Oh, never mind.
The first question would have been, do you live there? So you're not in proximity, so you're not aware of any other times other than the ones that you physically have visited.
No, sir. I could only speak to the times that I was there.
Okay. Were you present when the ABCC cited the port for violations of the governor's masking regulations?
No.
Were you aware of that?
Well, I don't believe so. What dates was that? What were they there?
It's a matter of the record. I was just questioning whether you were there when they were missing the mask, because the point is, it was 7/17, just for the record, but I didn't believe that you were there consistently enough to be able to make that kind of a judgment that they were always inconsistently masking, since there was a state agency.
I only stated that while I was there, they were.
Sure. And as to your testimony about anything else relating to this, in terms of entertainment, have you ever been there at night, frequented the location so you can make a judgment about entertainment and nighttime noise? Let's say 10, 11, 12?
The party that I attended in July was certainly outside under the tent, but there was not any entertainment that occurred.
Actually, I was asking you about, like, say, 10, 11, 12, midnight. You frequent the place at that point in time, and you have personal information about that?
No, I don't. I'm in bed at that time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that. Mr. Blake, do you have questions?
I have no questions for this witness.
Mr. Tomlinson?
Sorry. Ms. Iafredi, Mr. Howell suggested that you weren't present enough to be able to make a judgment about whether or not their operation was compliant all the time. But my question to you is, on the occasions that you did frequent the port, your experience was that the port complied with the COVID guidance at that time, and you're experienced in that because you work as a nurse in infectious disease.
That's correct.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions. Thank you for your time tonight, Ms. Iafredi.
Good night.
And I agree. Thanks again. Leanne, do you wish to testify and support?
I'm sorry.
I wish to speak in support.
We're going by a list.
I'm just going to this. I'll go to then Jake Domos. Are you present? And we
Yeah, this is Jake Domos speaking.
Jake Domos. Were you sworn in when I went through the exercise earlier?
Yes, I was.
Thank you. I look forward to hearing your testimony.
All right, thank you. Good evening to the Board of Selectmen, Town of Harwich and anyone else present. My name's Jake Domos. I'm the manager at the port. I'm also a lifelong Harwich resident. I submitted a letter to the town and local newspapers regarding my feelings on all this, and it's located in the agenda packet for this hearing, and it's one of the first couple pages. But I would just like a moment here to give my firsthand experience in regards to these false accusations and the ongoing bias against the port. I've read all of these untrue complaints from the same small contingency of people tirelessly. I've watched how the Board of Selectmen have been completely biased against us, the port and Ember, and I do appreciate the opportunity to address this. Chairman Ballantyne, your public comment stating that the port flagrantly violated and ignored COVID protocol was just outright wrong. I actually took a lot of offense to it. I was the one running the show day and night, over 100 hours a week all summer, just trying to make it. Daily, I would meet with ownership, discuss our newest updates on safety requirements given to us by the town and state. We would then immediately instruct staff on their responsibilities, whether it be via a group staff text message or also in our daily staff meetings before service. We would make sure our whole team was aware and properly prepared. Safety was our first concern. Your comment not only was hurtful, but quite frankly, it affected my livelihood. My wife, she works there. Our sole income is the port. Not just my family, but I mean, over 100 other employees who the brackets employ every year. My entire year at the port was consumed with following these protocols. I'm usually a bartender and bar manager, but I didn't make any drinks this year. The bars weren't open, despite false reports that they were. Instead, I was the host greeting everyone, immediately explaining COVID rules to them. I was the one reminding these customers over and over, put their masks on, please sit down, please spread out. It was hard, but I made it my mission. We were granted permission to have people dine outside in our tent. It was on a site plan. An enormous part of our business is during 10 to 1, where we squeeze in 2 more dinner turns. We offer a full menu, apps, dinner, dessert, all of that. And all of our waitresses, they depend on those hours. We're already in a shortened season. We're already completely financially affected by all this. We needed those turns to make it work, to provide for our families. I was there all summer, still wishing the bars were open. Regarding the complaints about the takeout shed and it being a bar, that's completely untrue. Also, it being not approved is untrue. I was present with the building inspector and my father who built the shed when it was approved. If you have ever looked at it, it's clearly not affecting any parking spots, despite false complaints. Regarding noise, there was no music from the tent. There's no speaker system out there or live music. Just so we are clear, over the past 3 years, we have had 0 noise violations at the port. 0. As the person who is in charge of making sure we don't receive any violations, I take a lot of pride in that. Why we are being targeted, it's beyond me. Last year, we couldn't have live music due to COVID. I couldn't watch John Dillon. I couldn't watch Rob Bellamy, Dalton, all these people that tons of people come to see them. That's our business. Our livelihood depends on that. I joined the ad hoc noise committee because I saw all the members were completely against us. It was my effort to help come to an understanding with those complaining and give a perspective from someone whose livelihood depends on this. But you can't reason with the unreasonable. What we did end up agreeing to and suggesting to the board, nothing. And now the committee is disbanded. There were no suggestions we made to the Board of Selectmen. None. Bob might have on his own, but we haven't. To end, we just did our best this year, and I'm proud of what we did. Not one patron got COVID at the port. Not one. and I hope you listen to the supporters. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael?
Jake, I just have a few questions to clarify. Is it your testimony now that you had no live music at all this summer?
We were granted permission, for maybe a week, and then yes, correct. All summer we had no live music.
So you were granted permission to.
So I think we had a person perform once, and then we learned that there was no live music this year.
Okay, Jake, as the manager, are you aware of the report that was submitted to you, Port Restaurant and Bar, Inc., as the manager? Did you read the report from Friday, July 17th, 2020, from the Alcoholic Beverages Control Commission?
That too. I was there. I was the one who was speaking to them.
Okay, so Jake, do you deny the allegations in that in that report from ABCC? Your testimony was.
I absolutely do.
You absolutely deny the testimony of the three ABCC investigators.
Mr. McCaskill, I'm going to just jump in here as counsel for the licensee. I'm going to ask Mr. McCaskill if he has a specific question about a factual allegation that he could direct that to Mr. Domos, but...
Mr. Chair, this is out of order entirely. He can't step into anything. He is not the counsel for this person.
Let the witness respond to that, please.
Mr. Howell, I am counsel for the licensee, and
he's going to testify.
You're out of order right now. I haven't recognized you. I recognize Mr. Domos.
Okay, Jake.
And I'm his counsel.
Jake, can you tell me on the food service? I think the report stated that you said pizza would be delivered or pizza is left behind. Is that your testimony?
Well, that's part of the food that we offered. We also offered raw bar, chowder, bread, dessert, countless other things. And all we were doing during those times was just following the guidelines that Harwich, Mr. Powers, Megan Eldridge, and the state were giving us, and they were very conflicting. So yes, to answer your question, as the person who was there, we were following every single guideline we were given.
I refer, Jake, really, I sympathize with you. I think that this summer was a very challenging summer. The pictures, it was interesting to me today to really review all of the pictures Attorney Tomlinson sent in and screenshots and material for packets. It was really interesting to me to see how many of those were retracted. And I'd like to know, who does the social media page? As the manager, I think it's appropriate I ask you that question. Who does your social media page?
Jake,
I absolutely don't have to answer that.
Jake, I'm going to ask you not to answer that question.
Okay, thank you for that. I think I'll stop there. I think Jake's told me enough, and the report speaks for itself.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. Questions, Don? You have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Jake, does the kitchen ever close? I mean, was there a time where like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, or is it just straight out go until 1 a.m.?
Yes, it would go till 1 a.m. every night.
The kitchen was always open until 1 a.m. for ordering.
That's what I just said. Yep.
Okay. And one other question. Would it be fair to say, based on the prior testimony, that if there was someone who might have been responsible for not conveying the information, where somebody was calling it a complaint, that it could possibly have been you?
I've never heard a complaint from the lady who just spoke. I absolutely would have. I welcome any conversation with neighbors. I've never been approached or spoken to a neighbor ever. And I'm here, like I said, 100 hours a week. I would absolutely do that.
And if you're there 100 hours a week, are you aware of anyone else who ever received a complaint ever in the establishment?
Don, if I ever received a complaint, I would have absolutely responded to it.
That's not what I asked.
No, that's absolute, and that's my absolute answer to what you asked.
No, I'm asking you, if you're there 100 hours a week, were you ever aware of anyone else receiving a complaint, whether it was acted upon or not?
Mr.
No,
Howe.
and if we ever received a complaint, we would have responded to it. That's exactly what I just said.
Miss, you have another question?
No, I'm done.
I'm sorry you don't like my answer, but that's my answer. It's true. So
Yes, we got your answer. Mr. Blake, do you have any questions?
I don't. I think the board members asked all the questions that I was going to ask. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tomlinson, questions, follow-up?
Yes, Mr. Domos, thank you for your testimony tonight. You had an opportunity to read the internal memorandum of the ABCC. When did the port receive that, if you know?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure of the date.
You didn't receive any guidance, written guidance or other documentation from the ABCC when they visited on July 16th or 17th?
No.
And you had a conversation with ABCC investigator Jamie Binienda?
Correct.
And you have a brief relationship with him. I mean, you know him by sight?
For sure. I went up and actually said hi to him and acknowledged him before he even acknowledged me, because I do know him. Yes.
And
and immediately asked him how I could help or assist, and if he needed anything, let him know where I was.
He suggested in the memorandum that was forwarded to the board that you struck a certain tone with him that quite frankly didn't paint you in a very positive light. Would you like to speak to your interaction with Mr. Binienda for the board?
Yeah, I mean, when the ABCC came and approached, I went up to greet them, and they said that the outdoor bars were not allowed to seat people at, but we had just received a letter from the town saying we could, as long as a waitress was serving them. And then they stated that tables needed food, and I said all the tables were getting food. And this is the peak dinner hours, peak service hours. So if I came across as stressed or, trying to, if I came across as stressed, I absolutely was, because I'm trying to run a restaurant and trying to follow every single COVID protocol possible, above and beyond all of that.
And given your relationship with Mr. Binienda, you would have not, other than maybe taking a joking tone with him, you would not in any way seek to insult his authority or purpose for being there?
No, and I absolutely wasn't speaking in a joking tone. I was, taking it dead serious. This is my livelihood. This is my family's livelihood.
Did the ABCC ever go inside the premise to see where service bars were located?
No.
Did the ABCC ever go into the kitchen to see if the kitchen was open?
Nope.
Did you ever have a chance to speak with the other ABCC investigators that accompanied Mr. Binienda?
I did.
Okay. And did you have a conversation with any of them about patrons that were maskless, as the ABCC investigators allege?
I'm not sure. Could you repeat that?
Sure. The ABCC report indicates that there were 25 people milling about without wearing masks. Did you have a conversation with any of the investigators about those patrons not wearing masks?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you know if those? Do you know where the ABCC investigators, from what vantage point they viewed those patrons? Was it at the host stand on C Street, or were they walking up and directly speaking with patrons under the tent?
This was from the hostess stand area by C Street, and they had mentioned that they were sitting across the parking lot, almost taking us out.
And roughly how far away from where they were parked across the street in the Port Center parking lot, how far is that distance to the tent?
Probably like a football field.
And are there any physical barriers to obstructing views of the tent between the tent and the Port Center parking lot?
There's a fence, a couple trees.
Okay. Is there a dumpster, or is there the septic treatment facility? Do those also obstruct view of the tent from across the street?
Yeah, depending on where you are, they could, for sure.
And did you witness any of the ABCC investigators speak with any patrons?
No.
Did they identify any patrons by name that were walking around maskless?
No.
Okay. And they pointed out to you that they noticed that there were a couple of tables with 7 patrons at the table. Did they indicate to you whether or not those patrons were standing or seated or walking by?
They didn't indicate any of that, no.
Did you struggle with patrons last summer ignoring your repeated efforts to enforce COVID guidance?
Yeah, I think myself, along with all other local restaurant managers, we struggled all year trying to get people to adhere to the guidelines. It was new for everybody, but for us, it was my sole job the entire year. That was what I was employed to do.
Were there occasions where patrons were rude and objectively defied your request for them to mask themselves?
Absolutely.
Were there occasions where patrons were rude to your staff?
Yep.
And did you have the occasion to speak with any of those staff about the difficulties that they had ensuring a safe environment for themselves, but also for patrons?
Yeah, it was hard for all of us to balance it. It was, waitressing or bartending or working in a restaurant is hard enough, and to have to also be a COVID police officer, it makes it quite the difficult job.
Were there any reported occasions to you where patrons spit on staff or got right in staff's face to say, am I making you uncomfortable because I'm talking directly in your face?
Yeah, my sister-in-law was spit on.
Okay.
Point of order.
Mr. Thompson, we take the point that it was a very rough job and all efforts were made. Can we move on from this so we can hear the other witnesses?
Can you recognize Michael's board?
Michael?
Yes, I just have a couple more.
Let me recognize Mike as...
Mr. Tomlinson, I just want to clarify for the record, these questions that you're asking the manager, Jake, are all of these instances that you're referring to related to the Port Restaurant? Or are you just speaking in generally, and is Jake's opinion and his sister-in-law, was that related to other restaurants across the Cape? Or are we specifically talking about the Port?
My questions are directed to Mr. Domos's experience with the Port and staff at the Port.
Okay, and Jake's answers...
And so were my answers. 100% were solely about the Port. Yeah, that's why we're here.
Thank you. Well, I'm glad you recognize that, Jake. A lot of people do not, including your attorney.
Excuse me, Mr. McCaskill, what do I not recognize?
Jake's comment was that that's why we're here, as related to all of his answers were to the Port. And I said that you do not... that you do not recognize the same, which is why we'll be here until breakfast.
Mr. McCaskill, respectfully, I don't tell you what you recognize. Please afford me the same courtesy, okay?
Wrap up, please. Excuse me, Mr. Blake, is asked to be recognized?
I'm sorry. I wasn't. I thought Mr. Tomlinson was done.
Let me
finish with my question.
Ask your questions then, quickly.
Mr. Domas, were you aware of complaints about crowd noise under the tent?
Yes, I would be the one responding to, every single complaint that would be responded to. So if a police officer came for a noise complaint, I was the one talking to him. And once again, we had 0 violations. So
and
can't stress that enough.
Earlier, Mr. Domas, I asked a question of the chief of police as to whether or not an officer came to the Port and demanded that the Port provide personnel to monitor patrons leaving at the end of the evening. Did you respond to that officer's statement?
Yeah, the officer stopped somebody on the street who had a blue Nantucket seltzer can. And he came and he said to me, I have the blue Nantucket seltzer, like you let them walk out of your establishment. And I said, no, I didn't because we don't sell those, so that's impossible. And he said, I'm not going to babysit the port. And he said, I need to have adequate staff. But I was the staff on, and I feel like my services were absolutely adequate.
Do you feel that this officer was attacking you?
100%.
And did you file a complaint with the chief of police?
Yes.
And was that approximately 1 week before the ABCC was called to perform a compliance check at the port?
It was.
Earlier, there was testimony that the ABCC visited all other licensed establishments in Harwich.
This is about
Do you know that to be true?
again.
Yeah. We have an objection from a board member of going into other establishments. Please wrap this up. We need to give a chance for other witnesses to comment as well.
And Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
the ABCC, that was a misleading question. The ABCC was not brought in to investigate them. They were doing their due diligence as they were to other establishments, and they found what they found when they were there. They were not investigating them.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
That's not true at all.
No, they weren't.
Can we?
Mr. Domas, I'm sorry, Mr. Domas, I just have a follow-up question to that.
One follow-up, and then we'll move.
The only violations of which you're aware, Mr. Domas, involve the police reports over Memorial Day weekend and the ABCC compliance check on July 16th and 17th. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you're not aware, it was not brought to your attention prior to this hearing, the noise complaints brought by neighbors, written or otherwise, through the chief of police. Those were not brought to your attention as the manager prior to this hearing.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Blake, you have a question, comment?
I have just a very few questions. So my name is Jeffrey Blake, and I represent the town, as you probably know. We were earlier talking about a memo that was sent by the ABCC regarding an inspection that they did both on July 16th and 17th. Is that correct? Do you remember that?
Yeah, Ray just asked me that. I do.
Yeah, he did. And you had indicated that they were observing you from about 100 yards away with some trees and some other stuff in the way, obstructions in the way. Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to read from the memo. The memo says here that Smith, who is the special investigator, Nicole Smith, pointed out to the manager that several customers were walking around without facial coverings, to which he responded, if I wasn't talking to you, I would be telling them to wear their masks. Smith also pointed out a table of 6 individuals where at least 4 other individuals without facial coverings stopped to engage in conversation, and the waitress did not take any corrective action. That didn't happen from 100 yards away, did it, sir?
Well, in referring to your earlier question, they stated to me that they had been across the parking lot viewing us for 40 minutes, something like that. Not sure the exact time they said. So that's what I was referring to when you asked if they were watching from there. I'm not going to let you twist my words like I did anything wrong here. Absolutely not. I'm answering truthfully to everything you're asking.
I was simply trying to get clarification because the report seems to infer that they were actually speaking with you and that you spoke back, and that wasn't happening from 100 yards away, correct?
Correct. I was next to them, speaking to them.
Okay. Thanks.
Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Don?
Yeah, just to follow up, Mr. Chair, because as long as we're talking about the ABCC here, Jake, are you aware that there was an ABCC judgment that was based on a violation of 8/17/2018, because you just said that there were no other violations? And that was, we had entered that in evidence earlier. It's been in the packet. And that was the violation that was adjudicated, and where they gave an abeyance of enforcement for 2 years, but they did find that there were underage pouring that was going on. Are you aware of that?
No, I'm unaware. I don't recall.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to follow up to Mr. Howell's question of Mr. Domas, if that's possible.
One question.
If he's not aware, he's not aware.
Thank you. Mr. Domos, you were asked a question by Selectman Howell about a violation that resulted in a suspension. And the question earlier, when you made a statement about no violations, were you referring to noise, that there have been no noise violations in 3 years?
Correct, and I said that in my statement, yeah.
And after the suspension that was deferred and held in abeyance, that was issued by the ABCC, is that the only liquor violation that the port has had in 18 years?
Yeah, that I know of. I'm not entirely sure, so.
Okay. But to your knowledge, the port hasn't had any other liquor violations other than the one Mr. Howell references from 2018?
Correct, to my knowledge.
And since that time, the board has issued seasonal all alcohol licenses and entertainment licenses year after year since that suspension in 2018.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Domos.
Thank you. Next on the on my list is Rebecca Scanlon, as wishing to testify in support.
Yes.
Ms. Scanlon, you can't be on the phone and the computer at the same time. It will you get feedback.
I'm not sure that was, no.
Okay. If there's anyone else on, please mute themselves. Were you sworn in at the beginning of the hearing? I still have interference.
Yes, I have interference as well. Yes, I was sworn in.
Can I have your address, please, to be consistent?
2 Birch Drive.
In Harwich?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please proceed, and I still will remind anyone else online to mute themselves so we can hear what's going on.
Mr. Chairman, could we take a 5-minute restroom break? My little boy bladder itself. Would that be too much to ask?
Okay.
I'm sorry, Ms. Scanlon. Don't mind.
Yeah.
That's fine.
No more than 5 minutes. We'll be here forever.
Thank you.
We're getting a feedback issue from.
Ours are muted too.
I don't know what we do with the.
button, I'd continue it until we're done, but
Yeah, but it's going to be here.
I just want it over. I don't know.
We're coming back from a recess. My druthers at this point, my direction at this point is this: we've been here since. Actually, the board's been here since 5. Our hearing's been going on since 5:30. It's approaching 10. My direction is to stop the meeting at 10 o'clock, and we'll continue it to a date certain, so we can finish and have the and then give the board a chance for a reasonable deliberation. So
Stop without closing the hearing, though.
we'll continue it without closing the hearing. And so I think that would allow us to maybe have 1 or 2 more witnesses tonight, and then we will continue it to a date certain. Mr. Thompson?
Chairman, with that,
Pardon?
yes, I would just ask that if there is anybody that would like to speak tonight, I know you've already opened for Ms. Scanlon, but I know Dina Brown potentially has a conflict and she would like to be heard tonight. So I would just ask that the chairman ask if there's anyone that would like to be heard tonight, and that the board has had an opportunity to present its witnesses, and that the applicant should be afforded the same. I realize this is going long, but we object to any further continuance. This has been continued for a month and a half already. The licensee is not able to open. The licensee has lost 30 days of this season already. It would have been open by now. This is affecting the livelihoods of numerous people and their families. To continue this charade is putting people out of work on unemployment and killing a business.
Mr. Tomlinson, part of the reason that this has been so delayed and so lengthy tonight is your continued detailed and quite frankly, we could have moved this much faster than we have, but we're running out of time. I will at this. I have the floor, please. I have the floor now. I will recognize. We'll go through Ms. Scanlon, as you suggest, because she can't make it next in the future. It'd be Ms. Brown, and at this point we'll continue it so we can have a chance to hear the other witnesses. The only other option at this point would be if the witnesses do not want to speak, and that's up to them. But we can't go forever.
I would like to know how many more people are on the list that have registered. Can we answer that question?
Sure. You have 1, 2. You counting?
Point of information, are we limited to this list if someone else wanted to
No,
enter
they're
the call?
coming. So we've already, Jamie just informed me that we have a couple more that have called in, so this could continue longer.
So I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. How many are on the list for tonight?
6.
How many more are on the list for tonight?
6.
6. And if we can conclude the next 6 in 30 minutes, don't you think that's in the best interest of both the town, the public, and the licensee? Any further delay costs the licensee significant money. It puts people out of work. It takes food out of people's mouths.
Michael has a question, and we'll respond to that.
I for one, would listen to the 6 if Attorney Tomlinson is putting a 30-minute timeline on it. And I think there's got to be a little bit of recognition here. It's not the board, Attorney Tomlinson, that's holding this up. It's not the board that has consistently held this up. You know, you got to take a little bit of responsibility for something at some point, I would think.
Mr. McCaskill,
Mr. Tomlinson, Mr. Tomlinson, Mr. Tomlinson, let me speak.
Mr. Chairman, I was attacked by your board member. I should be able to respond. You should afford me the opportunity to respond. Mr. Chairman,
still need to be
Mr. McCaskill attacked my character. That is unacceptable. Mr. McCaskill has a personal conflict with the Brackets for which he refused to recuse himself, and now he attacks their counsel? That is unacceptable.
Mr. Tomlinson?
So, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Tomlinson.
Mr. Chairman, I cannot speak to the 30 minutes. I would encourage the board strongly to hear the next 6 witnesses on that list.
If you will give me a chance to talk, we might do that, and we might move ahead. you're holding this up, and it's becoming, we're all getting tired. Let's complete this. If we can do the 6
Mr. Chairman, I'm
witnesses.
tired of your interruptions as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Will you keep quiet for a minute?
Mr.
We're
Chair,
one at a time.
the issue is
Mr.
not 6 more witnesses because we can't control how long that's going to be in any event. But even after we close the hearing, there will have to be a deliberation that will occur. There would have to be a motion that will consider. This is not going to be done in a half hour. It is clearly going to take much longer than that.
Let me ask you a question, Don. Is there any reason, I'll ask Mr. Blake as well, that we can't hear the witnesses, and then we could continue to do our deliberation?
I would not vote in favor of closing the hearing at that point because just as he pointed out, there's a couple of people here that can only testify tonight. We don't know who wished to testify but could not do it tonight, and I'm not going to be voting to close the hearing in that event.
I don't want to close the hearing. To close the public hearing. Yeah, that's
what
right.
I'm
My
saying
point.
is that
If you
this
don't
is
think
not
that
this is not a
hundreds
jury
of
trial.
livelihoods are worth 30
Excuse me.
minutes, that's a big...
You are not recognized. What I'm saying, Mr. Chair, is that this is not a court of law. We're not presenting a list of witnesses. This is a public hearing. Anyone could call in during the course of that public hearing and show up and testify. If they couldn't go tonight and we have to go forward on a continuance, then whoever might be available has the ability to do so. It is not restricted to this list.
Let's do this. We will hear the two that have come up, Ms. Scanlon and Ms. Brown, who says she can't make it. And then I'd ask a consideration to continue the meeting. Ms. Scanlon, are you, after this long discussion, there's someone is...
Mr. Chair, I would again...
Someone is breaking in on this. Ms. Scanlon?
Excuse me?
Can you...
Yes.
Your device is giving some problem. It may be that the volume's turned up too high, I understand. You have a phone on too?
I'm not quite sure. I'm not around anything.
Okay, that seems to be better.
Is that better?
It's somewhat. Go ahead. I think we can get enough. Can you give us your address again?
Of course, 2 Birch Drive.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead.
Okay, gentlemen, my narrative honestly is very short this evening. I'm a server at the port, and I chose to speak on behalf of myself and my fellow staff members this evening. And as I said, it's very short. And when I refer to we, that is who I'm speaking of. I'm speaking of myself and my staff. So here we go. We chose to come back to work. While there were federal and state support offered during COVID, for those whom chose to stay home, we chose to come back to work. We are an honest, hardworking group who are very dedicated to their job. We are extremely supportive of each other. We are like a big family. We were very scared, unsure, and fearful every day of the possibility of not only ourselves getting sick, but of getting our families sick. But we still came to work. Not only did we feel it was the right thing to do, but it was important to all of us to provide a service for our community. And in coming back to work, we are being punished. We are being labeled non-compliant. We are being told we ignored the whole of COVID-19 regulations. Our reputations are being tarnished, and we are being disrespected by the insinuation of not caring. Trying to navigate through the constant changes of COVID regulations was no easy task, but we were not only guided by our local health department, we were applauded on many occasions on what a good job we were doing. And we truly believed just that we were doing a good job, that we were doing what was required of us. It makes no sense that we would jeopardize not only our well-being, but again, the well-being of our families and our clientele. We rely on this job. We are the single mom whom relies on this income to provide for her child. We are the mom and son who work side by side in the dish room that rely on this income to put food on their family's table. We are the married managerial team who rely on this income to maintain their Harwichport business and to one day help them realize their dream of being a Harwich homeowner. And there is also myself, a server and a Harwich business owner, whom also relies on this income to help maintain my personal business. The accusations placed against us are not only insulting, but heartbreaking. We have a very short window of opportunity to make our living, and due to all these accusations and the false narrative that the town has created, our window of opportunity is growing shorter and shorter. And while you all go home tonight and get a good night's rest, we'll all be lying awake, losing another night's sleep, thinking about the fate of our job. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any questions, Don?
Yeah, I'm just, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just out of curiosity, Ms. Brown, are you laboring under the assumption that the only complaint here is about COVID violations and that's everything?
I'm sorry, we're breaking up.
All right, I'll wait for everybody to be quiet and one more delay.
Is Ms. Scanlon. Scanlon.
Oh, Ms. Scanlon?
Yes.
Based on what you said, are you under the assumption that the only thing that we're here about are violations of COVID?
Oh, no, I do understand it's for noise violations, and I'm just speaking on, my personal experience with the COVID.
And I do get that. My heart goes out to you.
I'm sorry.
With your story. My heart goes out to you. I recognize that people make a living off of this. And if the context were better, we'd be celebrating the operation of it. What I'm saying is, are you thoroughly aware of everything else that's going on? I know you testified that you're going to be short on income, and for that, I am extremely sorry. But are you aware that jurisdictionally there's more than just the police that is involved with this? The ABCC has been involved with this, and that there have been numerous unaddressed noise complaints? Or are you just addressing the fact that it would be sad to lose income?
Yes, sir, absolutely. I am aware of all of that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Blake, did you have a question?
I have no questions.
Mr. Tomlinson, questions, comments?
That went very smoothly in 2 minutes. I would suggest that we move on to the final 6. I did receive a notification from a musician who tried to register tonight, and she would like to be heard very briefly. If we can put Ms. Brown next, we might be able to conclude this faster than the board thinks.
Yes, we'll go ahead. We'll listen one more, and then we'll move on with the continuation, it looks like, at this time. Ms. Brown, could you, were you sworn in before?
Ms. Brown, we can't hear you. Unmute yourself, please.
I was not, I'm sorry, I was not sworn in. I wasn't able to get in.
Okay.
But you can swear me in right now.
I'd like to swear you in now, if that's okay. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you for that.
Mr. Chairman.
Can you give me your address, please?
Sure, I live at 10 Lewis Lane. For those who don't know the street, it's the cut-through street behind the banks.
Okay.
In close proximity to Harwichport, up to all the stores and restaurants.
Okay, thank you.
I guess what I want,
Thank you. I'm a little bit confused about this hearing this evening because I don't understand why tied together is the disciplinary action for something that happened last year and the renewal of the licenses for this year. I think what's happening now is that everything is getting combined together when they should be done separately. The action about what you're speaking about for discipline occurred last summer. Why it's taking all the way to May to handle it, I just don't understand. And I think what we really need to be focusing on is the renewal of the licenses so that people can get back to work and you can deal with disciplinary action for anything that happened last summer at another time, because you've already delayed that significantly. So I've read the 280 pages in tonight's packets, including the ABCC's inspection report. I've read the complaint filed in federal court. I've read the letters of support for the port, and I've read the letters complaining about the noise. I've done this because I care about this town. I love Harwichport. I care about the Brackett family very much. I care about Molly and Jake and all of the other employees, and I care about our neighbors. The port is like a home to many of us. We go there every Friday night, my husband and I. We have met a lot of people. We've become friendly with a lot of people. And honestly, even before COVID, we felt that it was a safe place and a comfortable place for us to be. And during COVID, it is the only restaurant that we went to in town. I think what we need to do right now is everybody needs to take a step back and assess this situation. We saw how political divisiveness tore apart this country, and we don't need that in our quaint and friendly town. If we take away the emotions, the personal hard feelings, the insults, and the pandemic anxiety that everyone is facing, then we just can simply ask ourselves, why are we here? The first item on the agenda is the Board of Selectmen being tasked with the authority to renew the seasonal all alcoholic beverage license and the seasonal entertainment license for the port for 2021. The board has routinely renewed these licenses for over a decade, if not longer. This year should not be any different. In fact, it should be simpler, because the COVID restrictions that were in place last year are not the same this year. The port has not been accused of over-serving alcohol, of serving alcohol to a minor, of letting an intoxicated individual leave to get behind the wheel of a car, or to let patrons exit the premises with an open container. The issues in the town administrator's recommendations all stem from Governor Baker's ever-changing orders pertaining to COVID. In 2020, patrons were not allowed to have an open container on the outdoor patio. In 2021, they can. In 2020, patrons were not allowed to consume alcohol without food. In 2021, they can. In 2020, patrons were required to wear masks while outside. In 2021, masks are no longer required outside. In 2020, only 6 people could sit at a table together, but effective May 29, 10 people can sit together. People can have weddings of up to 200 people, 250 people outdoors. All of the allegations for violations by the port are COVID-related and not applicable in 2021. And I know that you just asked the previous witness if she thought it all had to do with COVID, but the noise issues that occurred this summer were in fact COVID-related because there was no outdoor music and there was just a lot of people trying to let go of the stress that they've experienced in not being able to go anywhere or do anything. To the extent proven valid, that should be addressed. To the extent there are any allegations for violations against the port, those should be addressed through the disciplinary measures. And it's not grounds for non-renewal of a license for a business that's had a clean track record prior to COVID. For these reasons, the alcohol license must be renewed. With regard to the entertainment license, this board must follow the same logic. This board renewed the Port's entertainment license year after year up to 2020. As concerns the renewal, you really should only be looking to any violations of the entertainment license during the 2020 season, because anything that happened in 2017, 18, or 19 did not affect your renewal for 2020. So there was no music or entertainment in 2020 at the Port, with probably the exception of 1 week or weekend in May. And I might also add that I have sat at that shack out there in the back, and it was not a bar. It was not a full bar. It was not a mini bar. It was an area where the Port sold shirts, sweatshirts, and even at times they brought in blankets so that their clients could be warm. Reports of loud music and sing-alongs did not happen in 2020. Presumably, the individuals complaining about that noise are referring to prior years, and that's evidenced by the photos that were submitted. A lot of people took photos off of Instagrams from earlier years showing waiters or waitresses without masks on in a large group, and then you'd see comments, no masks. When the Port posted, "We'll see you here's the music schedule," that was before they found out there couldn't be any music. The complaints were heard by this board prior to 2020, and the board issued the entertainment license in 2020. The board must not and cannot go back now, examine music that was played in 2019 or 2018, and say that that's a violation and that there's a history of problems at the Port. The Port didn't violate its entertainment license in the 2020 season, and there is therefore no justification to non-renew it. An entertainment license, in short, involves music and/or amplification. We mustn't confuse patrons' voices talking or singing happy birthday as entertainment. I listened to last night's hearing where a member of this board stated that Perks had had approximately 5 to 6 violations, but since they bought their own audio system, at least they're trying. The license was then granted. The Port has had its own audio system for years. They have been trying. If anyone thinks what went on in 2020 with COVID and trying to serve patrons while people were being impatient and not kind was something easy to do, you need to think again. Finally, I ask you all sitting on the board tonight, how many times in this past year have you gotten out of your car heading to a store and said, "Oh, blank, I forgot my mask"? No one in this hearing room is perfect. Adjusting to COVID regulations has been a challenge to all of us. Do not let it destroy the Brackett family, their staff, and their patrons. And finally, I would ask, in the interest of having the Port's license be reviewed and renewed quickly, that if there are any other people that were considering speaking in support of the Port, that maybe you reconsider and withdraw your request to speak so that this meeting could be closed tonight and the issues could be voted on. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Don?
Unless we want to go through questioning also, I still make the request that I was making and try to find out what date our lawyers would be available for continuation. I'm not going to sit here for another half hour to an hour deliberating over what we might do.
Okay. Mr. Blake, is there a time that we continue that works in your schedule?
I'm available the 12th, the 3rd, and the 13th next week. I am not available Wednesday, Thursday, Friday this week.
It'd be next week, it'd be the
Available either the 12th or the 13th.
12th or 13th would work.
May I make a suggestion, Mr. Chairman?
You may.
Would the board consider making a preliminary vote tonight with respect to the renewal, and it can continue discussion with respect to discipline at a future date? Because to place these people continually out of work does far greater harm than any interest or public interest served by delaying this. So if the board has already indicated at the outset that it would take the issues separately, I would encourage the board to take up the renewal, to vote on that renewal so that the brackets can return to work as quickly as possible, that their staff can return to work as quickly as possible, and we can get this decision to the court where proper process and procedure will follow.
I'm looking at the members.
Time is time. I had my surgery 2 weeks ago, and I am absolutely not going to sit here for 6 hours, so no.
The problem, Mr. Thomason, is that I feel we need some deliberation because although we're very sympathetic to the port and the timing of that, we're walking the line of also being sympathetic to the those who have complained about noise and other concerns, and we want to have some chance to see if we can reach a compromise, if you will, that is the best for all parties in town. And if we just shortcut that.
Mr. Valentine, may I speak for one moment? Mr. Valentine,
let me finish this. So our concern is to be fair to all residents and all the folks in town. And I'm afraid if we had this hearing, and then what your suggestion is we ignore basically all the testimony of the hearing and just and make a decision without any deliberation, which
Mr. Chairman, I'm not suggesting that. I'm suggesting the board can very quickly deliberate whether or not the renewal, which is proper under the statute and to adhere to that statutory scheme, which does two things, Mr. Chairman. One, it helps to mitigate the board's legal liability for its failure to follow the proper statutory scheme. It also furthers Attorney Blake's view that, quite frankly, this discipline and the board's concern about whether or not the public issues raised tonight and concerns will still be available to be addressed by the board at a subsequent hearing. But to deny renewal tonight of the entertainment and seasonal licenses is a death sentence for this establishment. It will not be able to reopen. That further delay will cause it to lose the limited staff that it's still keeping, those staff will leave to go to some other establishment. You are essentially signing and sealing a death warrant on this establishment, and that is on your watch. So the board has an opportunity now to vote. And Mr. Howell, I can appreciate your concerns about your recent surgery. I certainly had the same struggles that Mr. Powers could care less about when he convened the January 12th hearing.
Okay,
so I would ask you to buck up as a selectman and an official to do your public duty tonight, which benefits all of everyone equally, and you can continue the third part of this hearing, which is with respect to discipline. But I object to any further movement on this, and I will immediately run to court and indicate that this delay was designed to foreclose the opportunity for people to have a meaningful discussion about the renewal tonight. This has been a charade from day one. I would encourage the board to take an active vote on the first two items of the notice tonight.
We heard that. I stand by my statement. We're trying to be fair as we can.
Mr. Valentine, may I speak for one moment, please?
I'll recognize her. Very quickly.
Mr. Valentine,
identify
may I
yourself.
Speak?
Have you been sworn
Hi,
in?
this is Lucy Brackett. Yes, I was sworn in earlier. This is Lucy Brackett. As the Harwich Board of Selectmen that serves our community, which is a seasonal community in many ways of servers, restaurant workers, fishermen, purveyors, our entire community. You cannot postpone this meeting and carry out the further unemployment of hundreds of people, of mothers, fathers, townspeople. This cannot happen. The excitement in Mr. Howell and Mr. McCaskill's voice and the energy that they brought forth, jumping into, cross-examination, needs to carry out that energy in a conversation, a decision tonight. If you continue this further, closer to Memorial Day weekend, and you think that you are representing the town of Harwich in a seasonal restaurant community, you are so disconnected, board.
We have a point of order now, Michael.
You must move forward. You must move forward. There are lives and livelihoods at stake here.
Point of order.
Pandemic,
I'll stay here till tomorrow morning at breakfast and continue to go over this. So to say Mr. Howell and Mr. McCaskill's energy, Lucy, that's funny to me, given your Facebook posts and the port's Facebook posts completely attacking each board member on a one-sided argument and threatening people that live in the town of Harwich. And Attorney Tomlinson's suggestion to just end that and grant the licenses, and I'll go back to my original statement. A lawsuit was filed that caused us to have to meet with legal to discuss it. And so was another lawsuit that was filed.
Please move forward to vote for the people of this town. If you care about this town, you will vote.
Continue your personal attack.
You care about this town, you will vote tonight.
Okay.
I do care, and I'll stay till tomorrow morning. It's not my decision. Attorney Tomlinson, is there any compromise being offered from the other side, or is it just to get your way and get the licenses without finishing the hearing? And I think that's a reasonable question.
Mr. McCaskill, I appreciate that question. I have made, allow me to speak, please, Mr. Chairman. I have made overture, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have made overture to counsel for the town to suggest a compromise to allow the board to follow proper procedure by renewing the licenses and then taking up discipline, which is the proper procedure. But the board refuses to do that. I have offered that compromise.
Mr. Tomlinson, let me interrupt you. You've said that
Mr. Chairman, I was directed a question by your board, and I am answering that question. Please
did you not answer it already once?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. McCaskill directed a question to me, and I am answering it. The question was, is there a compromise available? The answer is yes. Please renew the licenses. You've already taken away the outdoor tent. That issue will be taken up in the future.
Okay, hang on. I'm taking the floor now. Hang on, I'm taking the floor now. The compromise that I'm sure we're asking right now is, if we were to deliberate, the compromise is regarding the liquor license and the entertainment license. Is there some compromise? The disciplinary action, that's a separate action. That's not holding up the licenses. That would be quick. The compromise is not to proceed.
Mr. Chairman,
that's not the compromise we're looking at.
Mr. Chairman, may I suggest something to you? Mr. McCaskill just mentioned that he'll stay here all night until a decision was reached, but he's not in control of that. He also mentioned that he's not willing to grant any license. He's essentially admitted to Ms. Brackett that the board is not going to grant any licenses because of the federal lawsuit.
We filed. I want to make a motion.
I'm still responding to your question, Mr. Chairman.
We're not getting anywhere right now. Don,
I'm making a motion that we continue the hearing to May 12th at 5:30 p.m.
Here's the compromise that I propose.
That's absolutely disgusting. Are you paying these people's bills? Are you paying their bills until then?
Mr. Chairman?
Is there a second?
You're taking money out of my child's mouth. You're taking.
We have a motion. Is there a second? We want to continue.
I need to work.
We're asking, but so far, what Mr. Thomason has suggested is, forget the disciplinary action. That's not holding anything up. Is that we ignore the interest of the people who've been concerned about the other the noises, the ABC violations. And I think in the end, the noise is one that we have to. What's your suggestion on that? What's the compromise on that?
Mr. Valentine, could I be heard for a moment, please?
Yeah, who's this speaking?
Hi, my name's Rob West. I own a home at 632 Route 28 across from Ember. Just on the latter point that you made, I was very surprised and encouraged to hear Mr. Ganley, Mr. Conan, even Ms. Sherry say that they did not want to see the demise of the port. They did not want to see people's lives
impacted, and they did not want to see their liquor license revoked or not renewed. So when you talk about protecting the interests of the people that are complaining, why don't you bring them back on stage? They already told you that they're in support of extending this liquor license.
I'm not disputing that. My compromise I'm looking for is they also mentioned, both of them mentioned, are there ways that we can better control the noise for the neighborhood as we condition the entertainment license?
We have been continuously changing the times and the conditions of every other license.
Yeah.
It is not likely that we're just going to blanketly renew it. So I renew my motion. If you don't want to do it, then I'm going to have to leave.
Yeah. Don, just before you leave in a second, is an option to adopt the entertainment license from 6 till 10 and restrict that as we did in the others? Michael?
I would go back to, and I would ask that, the board's heard testimony tonight, and again, I could give 100 reasons why this has been continued, and Attorney Thomaston just misrepresented what I said yet again. But I would go back to Mr. Thomaston, and I would ask again to the attorney,
hang on
not
a
to the
second.
people's time again.
Mr. McCaskill, that is not productive, and you know it.
Mr. Thomaston, I'm proposing something, so it is very productive. Speaking over me and putting words in my mouth and misrepresenting my words, that's not productive. So looking at the entertainment license, and the liquor license, I'm asking you, Mr. Thomaston, is there an appetite tonight? Because we, the board, still have to deliberate. We still have our own comments. We still have to talk about our thing. We still have to hear closing arguments. I sympathize with the business. I absolutely do. There's still some conversation to me about the attacks that are going on residents, attacks that are going on board members. But I do still sympathize, and I have never heard once out of any one of these board members' mouths or my own that we want to take their liquor license. Yet that's what's being portrayed, yet that's what people are spewing. So is there an appetite, Attorney Thomaston, to get a license approved tonight? And do you have to have it in conjunction with the entertainment license? So why do we have to do entertainment tonight?
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, if I may respond to Mr. McCaskill's request.
Oh, go ahead, please.
Mr. Chairman? Thank you. Here's something that hasn't been talked about tonight, which goes to that.
Can you just answer the question right now, because we're going to lose one of our members this weekend.
I am offering a compromised position, Mr. Chairman, if you would allow me to finish.
I'll allow you to finish.
The brackets are willing. Thank you. The brackets are willing to install a vegetative buffer around their outdoor tent in the back of the parking lot in the form of 8 to 10 foot tall Leland cypress trees in accordance with the proposal that was submitted to the board but omitted from the packet. That is a $23,000 investment on the part of this establishment. It could have very well used the Shared Streets grant money for that, but that wasn't offered to them. But they have been willing to do that. If they had known about these complaints, they would have accelerated that process. But they made that request for a proposal earlier. I have offered and made numerous overtures to counsel for this town and this board to try and resolve this issue so that these businesses can reopen and employees
Thank
can
you
get
for
back
that compromise.
So yes, Mr. McCaskill.
In the interest of time, let me.
Mr. Chairman, please allow me to finish. Mr. Chairman, you want me to make a compromise, but then when you don't hear what you want to hear, you cut me off. Please allow me to finish. They have just offered to install 20. Mr. Chairman, they have a sound system that can control musicians. They're willing to install $23,000 of Leland cypress trees to add privacy and to help deflect noise. They already aim their entertainment at their building and not towards their neighbors, unlike an abutter. What more would this board like for tonight? Okay, without entertainment and without a liquor license, they cannot reopen and say, you have already taken away their tent. Diners do not want to dine inside. They want to dine outside. And without that tent, they will not be able to open. I cannot state that affirmatively enough. You are putting these people out of work, and you are closing their business. So the compromise tonight is the board renews the alcohol license and the board renews the entertainment license to the same conditions as granted to Perks yesterday. The brackets will install by the end of May these Leland cypress trees at the back of their property. But they need to have their tent, and they will have a monitor to control crowd noise. And they simply ask that if there are noise complaints, that they be brought to their attention timely so they can do something about it. And the board can continue to hold its discussion and further discipline with respect to the issues raised tonight. Nobody is denying anyone an opportunity to have that heard. But
Okay,
to take this action now, during the pandemic?
Mr. Thompson, we got that point. Let me ask Ed, you wanted to comment?
No. Joe Powers.
Joe? Don?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, this isn't as simple as just closing this, doing 5 minutes and walking away. I've made the point in the past, and I've been making the point in successive requests for renewals, that we need to tighten up what we're doing with entertainment and with pouring. They have morphed into, as they put it in their own site, 2 outside bars, 2 inside bars, live entertainment in both places. And yeah, maybe we're opening up more, but there's going to be a major discussion about this. And I, for one, am not willing to just simply renew what had changed over the years.
Is tonight the first time that you just thought about this?
Wait a minute, let him finish the discussion, ma'am.
First time that you thought about this?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, with all due respect, the board established rules, as is your right, at 5:47 p.m.
Yeah.
They have not been honored.
We have a motion to continue. Is there a second?
Well, if there isn't, you guys are going to be delivering the license of law.
Michael, do you have a comment? I'm going to second.
Is there any chance you can continue it till tomorrow? Why does it?
Please, we're not going to get anywhere if you keep interrupting.
I'd like to take a 3-minute recess and speak to our council.
Okay, we'll take a 3-minute recess and we'll get back.
Do we have to reconvene into executive session?
No, you can speak to him personally.
Can I speak to him, or am I going to take a 3-minute?
No, you need to convene in
Defer to council.
What's that?
Mr. Chairman, I would also like to use those 3 minutes to speak with my clients.
Council,
Thank you, sir. Can I speak with Attorney Blake?
I would defer to town's council.
Mr. Blake, can we do that individually?
I don't think you can you can't go into executive session to discuss it, but certainly 1 or 2 members could come and discuss it.
So we can take a recess and I can ask you a question?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, Michael.
Right.
So we're in recess for 3 minutes?
3 minutes.
I want to be part of this because I'm leaving soon.
that should be, he should make a decision. If people want to end the hearing, continue.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the board's prepared to go home.
Yeah.
And come back. Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
I'll take the motion off the table then. but
All right, thank you.
Nobody seconded it.
Yeah, no, it's-
Because we still haven't gotten past it.
Thank you. We've had a recess with two of our members with council, and
I withdraw my motion.
Don's pulled his motion. Where I think we are from the quick discussion after the meeting is that Mr. Thomason, we ask that you ask all the folks online to cease entering into our discussion so that it's clear and open. We'll stop the witnesses at this point. And with that, I think we look at a motion, Michael, you may wish to make on closing the public hearing so we can deliberate on our next step.
As to the liquor license.
As to the liquor license.
Attorney Blake's got his hand up.
Attorney Blake?
Chairman, this is Attorney Blake.
Yes.
I missed that, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I think what you're trying to do is you're going to deliberate on the liquor license. Counsel, Attorney Tomlinson, would need to close his case. Are you done, Attorney Tomlinson?
Attorney Blake, thank you. I emailed you both. I emailed the board during your recess, and I'm sure maybe no one looked at it. We do have a compromised position that I think preserves the board's interest in continuing a discussion with respect to alleged COVID violations from last year and allow the board the opportunity to reconvene this public hearing to address the public's concerns. But I would like to present a proposal to the board that I think very fairly addresses a lot of the concerns raised tonight, and on balance, it serves the best public interest. And so, Mr. Chairman, with your blessing, I would just like to make this proposal for the board's consideration to take up on a motion, if with your blessing.
It wouldn't be their motion, it would be our motion.
It'd be our motion, but Michael has just one comment, and then we'll move ahead.
Attorney Tomlinson, it's at least one member of the board still wants to adjourn and go home tonight, but has graciously stayed. I would ask for you to just make a statement. The bulk of the callers are obviously in support of the port. The constant interruptions and yelling out in the meeting is going to put another motion on the floor to close this hearing, if anyone does it again. And I couldn't be more clear than that. And then I would certainly, one board member, will listen to what your proposal is. I am by no means saying that I'm going to agree to it, and that I have my own proposal to throw at you, and the board certainly could deliberate on that. And we don't have to close anything until those two things are said, but I'm not interested anymore in hearing the outcries and the public outbursts or anything else that's going to prolong this meeting. And we have to agree on that first.
Mr. McCaskill, I cannot agree more. Obviously, Mr. Chairman, may I be heard in response? I apologize. I spoke out of turn.
You may, because I'm interested in your compromise. I'm interested in you following the request of Selectman McCaskill, so we can move on to the next step.
Yes, I am. First, I want to thank the board for entertaining this continued discussion, because I do believe it is in the best public interest. And Mr. Howell, I sympathize with your medical condition, and I appreciate your efforts to put in the extra work. Thank you very much. To Mr. McCaskill's point, for those of us that are dialing in, I still show 144 people on this, and recognize that many of you have appeared in support of the port, and the Brackett family cannot thank you enough for that. Likewise, for our neighbors and abutters who appeared tonight to share their concerns after not being heard by the establishment, allow me to express my condolences for that. because the Brackets want to make sure that they are good neighbors, and they will happily exchange direct email addresses with any neighbor so that there is no concern about a phone call not being returned. You are free. We will exchange email addresses. You are free to contact or raise any concern because there needs to be improved communication at every level. And so if I may, Mr. Chairman, I do have some thoughts on how the board can alleviate, I think, significant concerns that were raised tonight and strike a very fair balance that gets people back to work, that provides a valuable service, but also protects and addresses the concerns that were raised by people, by neighbors and abutters that appeared tonight. The first is that the port would be willing to, first and foremost, we know the COVID guidance is changing. They would be willing to accept the same hours, limitation of hours on entertainment as Perks next door. Secondly, they will upgrade their house sound system to include control over, any, I would say live performances, right? It's not house music, but is controlled by the house system. Third, they will clear their outdoor tent by midnight. They will seat their last turn at 10 p.m. They will have a dedicated employee to monitor sound. This is not a wait person. This is not a manager. This is a dedicated employee to ensure that sound remains constant and non-offensive throughout the night. Again, they're going to exchange email communications with abutters. Last, they're going to install, as I indicated before, vegetative shade trees along the rear of their property, which will help, I think, alleviate some of the noise concerns that affect the Vranos family, and likewise along C Street that impact at least the Ganleys and Maura, forgive me, I forget your last name if you're still listening, Sari, who also appears to be a butter in that location. And I just want to make sure that I'm not missing anything. Yes. Clear the tent and the parking lot at 12 a.m., install the vegetative tree buffer as I discussed. They'll conclude reservations to dine at 10 p.m. And they'll plant the trees around the borders we discussed, and to control all musician sound through the house system. And I believe that represents a very fair compromise and allows this establishment to continue to serve the community and its staff, but also be respectful of the concerns raised tonight. And certainly the board is free in the future to, again, continue this hearing with respect to any additional conditions based upon the discussions raised here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Michael, you wish to follow up?
Okay, Attorney Tomlinson, I certainly appreciate what you've presented, and I do believe that we can get somewhere. Where we're stuck, where at least I know a board member is stuck, is our proposal would be quite different than that. Our proposal would be to grant the liquor license, and the only condition would be that the only bar to serve alcohol outdoors is the front bar. That anything that's morphed into the back parking lot or any other pouring place out back, whether it's true or not true, and we haven't been able to deliberate that, ceases immediately. And that the pouring is to only happen at the front bar.
Indoors and the front.
And indoors, obviously. You got 2 bars inside, you got 1 bar outside that we're aware of, and that would be our condition. Further...
Mr. Gaskell, just... Sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. If I may, Larry?
Yes, please. Go ahead. Yes, please. Go ahead,
Mr. Chairman, may I would just address that point. That is completely acceptable. The only licensed bars on the permitted premises are the 2 indoor bars and the outdoor bar. There are no other bars. So that would be an acceptable, certainly an acceptable condition.
Okay.
Michael, let me interrupt you for a second, because Ed, you had I think, go ahead, Ed.
Well,
This is just to clarify the back bar.
We're trying to reach compromise here, but every advertisement I've seen on Instagram, et cetera, talks about being 4 bars, 2 inside and 2 outside. And that's all I'm going to say.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. McManus.
But we're in agreement right now that it's the front bar, outside, and the 2 inside bars, correct?
Nothing in the back.
Forgetting about what,
Sorry, Mr. McCaskill, I refer to the outside, the one outside bar as the naughty bar. I think when they refer to bars multiply, they're ice buckets, for example, that the staff access. It's a marketing engine and nothing more. But the outside bar is referred to as the naughty bar. That's permitted by the town, and the 2 inside bars.
The naughty bar's in the back. That's my problem.
no, it's not. It's out front.
It's out front.
Honest, I've been there. It's
Yeah.
out front.
Oh, okay,
I know, but it's out front. So the
Yeah.
ice bucket thing, what we're talking about, I don't think we
But-
could be any clearer than what we just said.
right. There's 3 bars, 2 inside, and,
Pouring
well,
it all in the back parking lot, anywhere.
Okay,
no, we got that.
can I continue?
Crystal clear.
We would agree, Attorney Tomlinson, that there'd be no pouring in the back parking lot, and that, so I think that we're in agreement that it's the front naughty bar, no pouring out back, and you have 2 bars inside. So,
Thank you. That is crystal.
okay, with that said, my proposal, as I said, would be quite different, and it's based on what I think will pass tonight and what will not pass tonight. And again, that's only thought, and if we get stuck and you think we want to go to motions, I fear that not enough conversation is going to happen and that we will not get there. My proposal would be the bars, we approve the liquor license, and that we delay until the 12th, or until a regular published meeting. We'll close the public hearing tonight. We'll agree at the next board meeting, the very next board meeting, to have the conversation about the outdoor entertainment, so the board can kick around and deliberate ideas outside of what you just mentioned. And I will say, for me, what you mentioned about shade trees and the house system, and some other mitigating things that I have questions of, they sound good to me, Attorney Tomlinson, and I am willing to work with the establishment, but I have to address some of the concerns raised by the people that spoke tonight and some of the letters that we got. But your proposal sounded good. I'm not sure about the 12 a.m. under the tent, but I think we debate that as a board at the next meeting, obviously with comments as the chair would allow, but we would have to close the public hearing tonight, vote the liquor license, agree to bring back the entertainment at the very next board meeting, not to delay it anymore, and then hopefully move on from there.
Okay.
If I might,
Thank you,
Mr.
Michael.
Chair,
Don?
these, as we said at the outset, are separate issues. You can close the hearing as to the liquor license, and we can come to a conclusion with that, but I am not going to vote to close the hearing as to entertainment.
Well, that gets to the same endpoint. We can continue the entertainment to the next meeting.
I just want to hear if that's true from Attorney Blake.
Blake, is that true? We can close the
We are
liquor.
also holding in abeyance a disposition of discipline. The only thing we would be acting on tonight
Is the liquor
is the
license.
liquor license and the magnitude thereof.
Yeah, okay.
In my opinion, Mr. Chairman, that you could close the public hearing with respect to the renewal of the liquor license only, and then continue the other 2 hearings to a time and date certain.
Okay. Mr. Tomlinson, you have a comment on that?
Just a question. So the compromise agreement that Mr. McCaskill proposes is to close the public hearing tonight with respect to the liquor license only.
Right.
And based upon the conditions that he indicated, which basically reflect the hours as applied for on the liquor license and the 3 bars.
Michael, I won't speak for you, but I think that's correct.
I am fine with that, and just with the caveat that as we talk about entertainment, as we have other restaurants in town, we have an open conversation about conditions that will make it more peaceful for our police chief and some of the residents that spoke tonight.
And just a follow-up question, thank you, Mr. McCaskill, for your clarification. With respect to the continued public hearing on entertainment, is there a compromise position that the board willing to take that would allow the establishment simply to have ambient music because it without an entertainment license, it can't even turn on a television. So the opportunity to offer simply ambient entertainment and television because they are able to offer interior dining. Given the number of complaints, a number for months about not having entertainment, even ambient music is a significant concern. And obviously there would be no live outdoor entertainment. Otherwise, this would be a temporary grant until the board takes up the issue again at its next duly public hearing in a week.
And Attorney Tomlinson, can we just agree that ambient music television will be inside entertainment only?
They can seat on the patio. There are loudspeakers on the patio. And I mean, I'm happy to discuss that with them. I just don't have authority. We didn't talk about that during the break. So I would just need a brief recess to speak with my clients about that.
Well, what I'd like to do at this point is to follow through. Ed, you ready to make a motion?
No.
No, I just wanted to make a comment. I think, where we are now is, let me make sure you're hearing this. I think we're in an okay position with the 2 bars inside, the 1 bar outside. I do want it to be clear that the licensed premise on the license will still only include the inside of the building, the front deck on Route 28, and the, I don't know what you call it, but the naughty bar thing. It will not be including the seating on the rear parking lot, because that's only a grant of a temporary nature due to the governor's emergency regulations. And my concern with the landscaping and why I'm not really prepared to move ahead with that, because at some point those temporary expansions go away, and that needs to be able to be returned to a parking lot.
Okay,
I'm
Michael,
sorry, just to quickly respond to that. Mr. Chairman, may I respond to that? The vegetation would be a permanent installation, so there would be continuing benefit to abutters even after the COVID expanded outdoor dining service available under COVID, even after that terminates. But I did confirm with my clients that's going to be installed on the fence line. It will not impact parking. It will not take away. That's all vegetated land right there. And the establishment will agree to entertainment inside only until further discussion by the board.
Okay. And that's the issue. I want to see a plan that shows that those vegetated, to be sure that that's not going to infringe in the parking lot, because I don't know what the parking lot layout was and what it is now and what it'll be after this vegetation is placed in.
Okay, Don.
Mr. Chair, I need to be clear because Mr. McManus actually expanded it again. I have a packet of 500,000 licenses here that go back in time.
Yeah.
When we got to the point of granting any outdoor pouring or serving in the back is when all hell broke loose. The only thing I'm willing to approve right now, and so that we can get to the point where they can open and we can reset where the public's expectations are, is serving in the front where Route 28 is and serving inside. Anything beyond that, I will not vote for.
Right. And, thank you, Don. And I think that's about where we're getting close to. Michael?
Attorney Tomlinson, I think what we heard is what we've been talking about for the last 5 minutes. We're pretty clear on that, right?
Mr. McCaskill, one of the basic, fundamental issues here is that while you have been to the establishment and understand the layout, other members of the board have not. And to be clear, The only bar that Mr. McCaskill and I are discussing is what is affectionately referred to as the Naughty Bar, and it is right up on Route 28. There is no bar. The merchandise shed is not a bar. There's no other bar located in the parking lot. And so this would simply be a service bar in where it's always been located. There's no additional expansion. Mr. McManus wasn't expanding anything. I just want to be clear that the tent, which is located in the parking lot, was cited on a plan that was provided, a scale drawing and plan that showed the number of picnic tables and the size of the tent, which this board approved last year.
Let me,
We're not asking you to change that.
Let me interrupt you, Mr. Just in the interest of, thank you for interest of time. It looks like we've reached a place where we can move ahead. Michael, would you just state?
That still puts us in serving in the back.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
It does not.
Not yet.
No, sir.
Not yet. And I think you made a comment that you're okay with inside, basically entertainment entirely as well. Is that right?
Well, Mr.
And so if I could, wait a minute, hang on. Let me, Michael, you've been following this. Can you state where we think we are and be sure we got a concise statement of what we may take an action on?
Yes, Attorney Thompson, so it's my understanding where we're at is we'll close the public hearing as it relates to liquor license. We will continue to date certain the entertainment and the violations part of this hearing, and that would be the 12th. The board will permit the liquor license tonight based on the 3 bars that we've discussed, 2 inside, 2 out, one outside, the Naughty Bar as it's related to, and that there'll be no serving in the back. And Don, I just want to, actually, Attorney Thompson, does that sound correct? And that we would approve the entertainment license for ambient background music inside and on the deck until we finish the public hearing and we debate and talk and figure it out.
So what I'm hearing from you, I agree with everything that you've said thus far. Let me just parrot it back. We're going to close the public hearing tonight on the liquor license, for which the board will grant the renewed liquor license on the same hours as last year. It will continue discussions about entertainment and other violations raised and concerns raised tonight before the public until the next hearing on May 12th. The 3 bars at the port include 2 interior bars and 1 exterior bar that is located closest to Route 28. There will be no other bar outside. Table service under the tent will, obviously a wait person will be able to take a beverage order from the outdoor bar or the interior bar and deliver it to a seated patron under the tent, but there will be no entertainment under the tent. The only entertainment is going to be ambient music inside and on the patio.
Okay, Attorney Thompson,
Did I
the
get
only
that?
disagreement, I agree with
Yes.
everything you just said. The only disagreement we have right now is the tent. And last week, the board voted not to approve the tent permit. And you asked if there was an ability for them to reapply. And I think now is an inappropriate time for us to add the tent back into the mix. However, I would certainly be open to have that conversation, as one board member would be open to have that conversation related to the bigger picture of everything that we're going to talk about moving forward in the next couple weeks.
My only suggestion is that we're trying to reach a compromise position here, and I would suggest to the board that this affords the applicant the opportunity over the next 2 weeks to demonstrate how committed it is to being a good neighbor. And I think that would go a long way to affording the public an opportunity to take a view on that as well at the next continued hearing. And I believe that serves the fact that they are not able to have their tent and they have very limited, in order to be able to socially distant outdoor dining under the current COVID guidance, they would be extremely limited to what they would be able to offer for outdoor dining on the existing deck. And all I'm suggesting is that we have an opportunity here to be able to demonstrate that we can be very good neighbors and ask the board for its indulgence to demonstrate that. We'll be back in 2 weeks. And if the board decides that that is not appropriate at that time, then you can revisit the tent at that time. I'm simply asking for an opportunity to prove it up. Okay, as Attorney Blake knows, we're trying to prove it up.
When is the next scheduled board meeting?
Next scheduled board meeting is Saturday morning ahead of town meeting. The next regular board meeting is Monday, May 10th.
May 10th. Attorney Tomlinson, I gotta be frank. I don't, based on the majority of the conversation tonight, I'll give you my view. My view, and only my view, is a large part of the noise complaints were related to the tent. So I think as we discuss outdoor entertainment, at least my opinion is gonna be related to the outside in its entirety and how we can compromise to make it work. And I'm certainly not opposed to tents, but I want to have the conversation in more detail than the board members, I believe, tonight are willing to have about the tent. So I would ask that your clients wait until the 10th, and we have that conversation on the 10th, and maybe a new plan is submitted that night, a new two-dimensional drawing.
Mr. Blake, and then I'll get to you, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Blake?
I'm not available on the 10th or the 11th. I have town meetings on both nights.
I think we're okay on
We
this.
don't need you at that one, Attorney Blake, because this is kind of the town's COVID relief package for the tent. So we can have a frank conversation about a tent on the 10th, I believe.
Yeah.
Disposition of the disciplinary hearing?
That's going to come back.
But the 12th, that'll be later.
Back on the 12th.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And so to your point, Mr. McCaskill, Mr. Chairman, if I may be heard,
Yes.
I just simply want to reassure the board that this is an opportunity for the board to afford the applicant the opportunity to demonstrate its commitment to this. And I think the board owes that to the public. And I would ask that the neighbors here who have come and have spoken have indicated that they want to see the business succeed. They don't want to harm the business. We want to be good neighbors. This is an opportunity to demonstrate that. I'm not suggesting that there isn't any opportunity in the future for the board to revisit the tent or to revisit any noise or COVID relief. I'm simply asking as part of a compromise tonight to afford the applicant the opportunity to do this and to include it as part of your motion, because they will install, like I said, they will, and these are the additional concessions for that. Last seating at 10 o'clock. They will install, regardless, they will install the trees, whether, we can install the trees if we want to, quite frankly, because it's vegetation and they can put them up as a fence.
I appreciate
I'm
that.
sure that
I'm
sure when the board sees it, they will appreciate it.
I think we understand that, and we very much appreciate it. I'm trying to move this along so we can get to an end point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just trying to suggest that we will make concessions for them.
I'm sorry.
Because of how
You want me to go back into asking for a continuance, or do you want to let me talk?
Don, go ahead.
I wasn't interrupting. I'm sorry.
You were.
I wasn't.
You're doing it now.
Mr. Tomlinson, please.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize that I was speaking over him. I didn't hear
You want to
it.
get kicked off the meeting? That's a good way to start. I have asked you 3 times now to stop. I am going to say something, and if you want to keep interjecting, then you're gone. Okay?
Go ahead.
All right. Mr. Chair, somehow there's a misunderstanding here. I'm going to be very explicit about this. They were acting responsibly. They had an opportunity to demonstrate that for a number of years when they had a license inside the facility and then wound up serving in front of Route 28, which is a commercial road and storefronts and everything. The trouble began when serving started occurring in the back. I am unwilling to go beyond anything, a tent, a patio, anything that's beyond the exterior of the southern wall of the port. I will go for a license that has serving going on at Route 28 and internally, because they've demonstrated that they can reasonably conduct that. Beyond that, I am not going to approve, I'm not going to vote for anything that expands that and then try to pull it back. That's the whole point of these 900 continued hearings that we've had, is they got beyond their skis. There were things that happened that shouldn't have happened. If we can peel this back to a place that I know that they can handle, then they can start asking for expansion at a future
I think,
time.
Michael, thank you, Don. I think, Michael, could you, I think we're at a place now with enough information to move with a motion to.
Attorney Tomlinson?
Yes, sir.
In the spirit of moving along and in the spirit of trying to figure this all out, I would respectfully ask that we withhold the request for the tent permit. Today is May 4th. Our next meeting is May 10th. The continued public hearing is May 12th. We're not talking about enough time to not have a little bit of harmony here.
Right.
And I think you just heard Selectman Howell's comments, and I think we're there, except for basically a 1 week or an 8-day ask, and demonstrating to the public and each other that we're working together.
But we don't need to be closing the
Thank you, Mr. McCaskill. I would just simply, Mr. Howell, to the extent that I spoke over you, I did not hear you speaking. I had the floor from the chairman. I did not realize that I was interrupting you. For that, I apologize. But I don't appreciate your tone with me. Thank you.
Don't appreciate yours either.
Okay, what do you think of my last statement, Attorney Thomaston?
So,
And then I'll make a motion.
yeah. Are you okay with Michael asked a question?
Obviously, my client's best interest is to continue to have the tent. If that's not a motion that's going to carry tonight and no one's willing to make that, I can't force the board to make a motion. So to the extent that Mr. McCaskill is working his level best as the source of reason, I appreciate that. My clients appreciate that. And so there's the effort here to make the motion. And then if I can ask the board to make the further motion on the tent and then deny it again, then I can't say I didn't try.
Right. And just to clarify what Selectman McCaskill suggests, we bring the tent back on the 10th after we've had some time. And then we have the entertainment on the 12th, and so we'll continue that. So Michael, do you wish to make a motion?
Okay, before I make a motion, Attorney Blake, I believe both sides have to close.
We have to close our public hearing, Mr. Blake?
You would have to close the public hearing with respect to the renewal of the liquor license. And I asked the applicant, do you rest your case? Are you done presenting evidence with respect to the renewal of the liquor license?
In acceptance of the compromise position that Attorney McCaskill has presented, yes.
Okay.
Sorry, Attorney, you're now over there.
That,
You're an attorney, Michael.
Yeah, you promoted.
I appreciate it.
with that, entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
On the liquor license.
On the liquor license.
Mr. Chair, I move that we close the public hearing as relates to the liquor license only.
Okay.
Second.
Second? Is there any further discussion? Attorney Blake, are we okay so far?
So far, so good.
Okay. We have a motion and a second.
Can I have your agenda? Thank you.
So I'll take a roll call. Don?
Aye.
Ed?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. So having closed it,
I move that we continue the public hearing related to violations and entertainment for the Port Restaurant until May 12th, no earlier than 5:30.
okay, fine with everyone?
Second, doesn't address the tent yet. Second.
And I assume that's okay with Mr. Thomason and Mr. Blake? Is that a yes?
Yes, that's okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, good.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Don?
Aye.
Ed?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. And we have one more motion, I think.
I move that we approve the, see, this is the wrong, and what are we, I want to get the right wording. Which license? It's the,
Back in 2017, that's where
it's
it
not
was.
seasonal, right? It's all
Does this help you?
The seasonal all alcohol.
Yeah. And I don't know whether we want to build any hours into that, too?
We have
That-
not in the past.
Not-
The entertainment,
The
okay.
entertainment we do.
It's on there,
Okay.
All right, that's common vicular. Excuse me, my computer died in all this time, so I don't have the motion up. these are all common viculars.
Michael? Is it not the
Sunday,
front
I'm
page?
hoping from.
What is that?
Sunday, I'm
Front
hoping
page
for
of
no
that
sooner
packet?
than noon.
Can I have that?
Yeah, that's the March 27, 2020.
This one's not.
Right there.
This one?
Correct. That's last year's all alcohol seasonal license.
Sundays, I'm not willing to do more than noon on.
Yeah.
Outdoors?
No, yeah, okay, for outdoor.
Yeah.
For pouring outdoors.
So,
We want to be sure we get the language right.
Thank you.
I move that we approve the seasonal all alcohol alcoholic beverages license for the Port Restaurant and Bar with the conditions 8 a.m. to 1 a.m. weekdays, 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. Sundays and holidays inside, and 12 p.m. to what are we thinking here?
11?
Well, he agreed to use the same hours as we have using the Embers and the Perk, which is 6 p.m. to
No, that's entertainment.
That was
entertainment. Okay.
The pouring outside.
The
to be
pouring
able-
outside.
To be able to cut off by 1 o'clock, it would still have to be 11 or 12, so it's like
12 p.m. to 12 a.m.
yes.
No, you have to describe. Point of order, the motion doesn't cover,
Yeah, do we have an agenda somewhere that I can read? Like,
it doesn't cover what that's going to entail.
In the-
It would cover, it would be the
bear
full.
with us. Like I said, my computer died. I have to make a real motion.
The serving area indoors would be 4,200 square feet with 2 rooms, 3 entrances, 4 exits. Outdoors would be restricted to the Route 28 facade of the building. And that's what the motion would pertain to with those hours.
For outside.
For outside, for outside, but indoors for the rest of it. And that's it.
That's in addition to my motion. Is that okay, Attorney? Oh,
Did you get that?
I gotta
Maybe-
get a second first.
I'll second it if that's if the description of the service area is.
Mr. Thomason, did you get that, or should we repeat it?
Mr. Howells spoke very quickly, and so my understanding would be that it would be approved in conformance with the premise as approved by the town and the ABCC.
The description that I am referencing was that it's indoor area consisting of 4,200 square feet, restaurant with 2 rooms, 3 entrances, and 4 exits, with an outdoor area consisting of the exterior front of the building with Route 28.
So, what they apply for
There is no reference at all to serving in the rear of the building.
last year, they're looking to renew this.
Mr. Howell, are you referring to the parking lot?
The rear of the building.
Rear of the building?
Beyond the rear of the building. That's correct. That the description of the premises does not include beyond the rear of the building.
The confines of the exterior wall at the back of the southern wall of the building, to be explicit.
Yes, that's the description of the premise, as I understand it.
Now, there's another description that had been used variously for 780 square feet of exterior deck and bar on the south side of the building that I'm not including.
There is we are including the exterior deck. The only exterior bar under discussion is the bar that is at the front of the building on 28.
I'm talking pertaining to the service area, not where the bar is. The original licenses that were issued did not include that. I'm not seconding anything beyond the exterior, south exterior wall of the building for interior pouring and for exterior pouring or serving. Let me be explicit. Serving would be the north side of the building, which would be Route 28.
So this doesn't, this is only and it's the same as we got with Roots Market, it's the same as we got with everything else we've approved. That's just what the premise is. We've already, they can only state that, they're not saying that they're gonna serve, that this is just a description. It was like Roots Market yesterday when they talked about the second floor.
He's assuming that the patio deck is part of the serving area.
Well, I personally don't have a problem with that.
I just,
Neither do I.
I'm trying to be honest about it. I'm not voting for the exterior serving area in the back.
Okay,
But I would just, for the record, the motion did include the patio, I mean, the decking. So, Attorney
And-
Thomas, my motion includes the decking as a description of the premise.
And do we need a second, Donna? You're not going to second that?
Purposes of serving,
Yeah,
The deck is still open to me.
to serving?
yeah.
Yeah.
Not gonna vote yet.
I'll second.
We have a second. Discussion, I think we know where everyone's had a comment. I'll take Ed?
Well, I'd just like to, make a comment as we're now on the verge of approving the liquor license, as Michael said earlier, I think we're in this position because from the get-go, the board has been vilified as wanting to take and rescind the license, and that has never been mentioned in public or, as I know, in conversation by any of the members of the Board of Selectmen at any time. Our concern was that based on complaints and reports from the neighbors, that things have just gotten out of control and they needed to be brought back in control. As a former cafe and pub owner in California, I know what it takes to run a successful bar that's tight with residential areas. And it takes, one, being in constant contact with all of the residents and not waiting for them to contact you. And two, during your hours of operation, monitoring outside of your place of business so you understand what the impact is. And I know that can be done because I've done it in the past, and I know folks with the experience of the folks that have run the Port restaurant can do that too. And I'm just hoping that with the compromise that we're reaching here, that they'll take that to heart and do that in the coming season.
Don?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I won't be voting for this, I just want to be explicit about it, because the workers and the manager of that facility, it is incumbent upon them to be able to control this. Since it's a pouring establishment, not a packaged goods store, if anybody takes a beverage and goes off that patio deck and into the lot, they're in violation of their liquor license at that very moment. I just want to be explicit about that, because that's not part of the description of the premises, and it's incumbent upon the license holder to stop people from violating the terms of their license. You're not granting them the ability to have people wander with an open container of alcohol into the parking area.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. I'm going to take a roll call. Michael?
Aye.
I'm sorry.
Someone else, who wanted to speak?
Conversation.
I just didn't hear who seconded, that's all.
Ed did.
Oh, thank you.
McManus. Okay, Michael, we have your, Still and I. Ed?
Aye.
Don?
Nope.
And I'm aye. And so I think after many hours, we've made progress.
Still need a motion for
So,
We already moved to continue the public hearing until time certain.
We did that.
May 12th,
then we can adjourn.
no earlier. We've already done that. Now
We have motion to adjourn, and Ed, you have one more?
just one comment, so we're all on the same page of what the plan going forward is. As I understand it, on Monday night, we will take up the question of granting the extended COVID relief application, which is what the tent was approved last year as being.
Right.
That would be a reconsideration.
A reconsideration.
Reconsideration.
And if I may make a comment, not to prolong it, and just to Attorney Thomaston and anyone else still listening, though if the chair agrees to put it on the agenda for Monday night, the 10th, to discuss, I'm not guaranteeing by any stretch of the imagination that it won't flow onto the 12th, where we have the continued public hearing, so that we can all talk about what compromises we might want to make. So I'm definitely willing to have the conversation on Monday night. It may extend to 2 days later to the 12th, when we talk about the big picture.
Mr. Blake?
Yes, I didn't get the time. You continued it to a date, but I didn't get the time. The 12th at what time?
5:30?
On the 12th, 5:30.
I'm sorry.
On the 12th?
5:30, okay. Thank you.
And the Monday night will be our normal starting time.
But
And
Mr.
we'll-
Blake is busy on Monday.
And Wednesday would be related to both entertainment
And the
and to
10th.
possible disciplinary action.
Right.
Yeah. And it-
So just to clarify, sorry.
Yes, go ahead, please.
If I could say one last thing, if we could get a diagram indicating what you want in the way of the tent and the landscaping, so we can see how that all works.
Will do. Just to confirm, the time for the 10th, 6:30 is your normal regular scheduled meeting?
Here's our
Excuse me.
normal time.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I may just inquire of Selectman McManus, the item you just referenced, is that for your consideration Monday evening?
Yes.
So we would ask to have that to staff no later than noon on Friday, so that can be included in the board's packet for the weekend.
And to be clear, Mr. Tomlinson, the way the agenda works, it would be placed on the agenda for no sooner than 6:30. It doesn't assure 6:30.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Howell. And noon Friday, is it acceptable to the board that the scale drawing, because we used an architect to prepare the scale drawing, and I can't speak to the architect's schedule. But if we are able to modify the earlier drawing to show the vegetation that we propose with hand drawing, is that going to be sufficient?
Yes. If you can do that, and if you could, if you're just sketching it in, and then, give an explanation of what the plantings are, what their height they're expected, what the characteristics of the plantings will be as they mature.
Get it into the uploaded packet.
Right. But to that point, we'll need an engineered drawing.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, you said do not need?
Engineered drawing.
We don't need an engineered drawing.
Microphone.
Sketch will do.
Thank you, Mr.
Got that?
Loud and
No
clear.
engineered drawing.
I did. Yeah. Mr. Chairman, your mic tends to cut out at the beginning, so that's all. I couldn't hear you say no engineer drawing. All I heard was engineer drawing.
Okay. No, in front of it.
Thank you for the clarification.
And we have our
And thank you to
packets
the
that
board.
we have our packets uploaded by noon on Friday. It has to happen by then.
Understood.
Okay.
I move we adjourn.
Understood.
Is there a second? Roll call, Don?
Aye.
Ed?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Mr. Blake and all, thanks for, it's been a long night.
Larry, you gotta say aye.